I forgot to check again. Just see. Says I'm live here, says I'm live there. What's going on here? Why isn't it reading that I'm live on it? And of course I relaunch it and I forget to double check to see, because I know it's set to stream on X, right? I just didn't check to see if it was okay. Yeah, it doesn't say I'm live. I wonder what that's about.
Beautiful eyes.
Huh. Let me see something. Is that what happened? My verification ran out. To go live on X, users need to have a verified account. Only verified X users with Premium or Premium Plus account can live stream on X. Free accounts can no longer access this feature. Wow. I wonder when that was decided, because I've had a verified account for a minute, and then I just got rid of it. I just got rid of it, but I guess yeah, that cuts the X streams down. Hey, that serves me. I don't have to, one less account I have to sit there and wonder if anybody's watching or commenting on. You know, I didn't have anything but a bunch of weirdos on there who put my account on Black Twitter, watching my stuff there anyways, right? So Sweet. That's one less link I have to post. One sharing. Just all around a little bit less work. But I won't have my blue check mark. Oh no. Alright, what am I doing? Let me blast this out, y'all. I was wondering about that verified account thing, but I figured it wasn't. I figured it wasn't a thing. I was like, nah, of course they let you live stream, regardless. And it's like, nope. Verified accounts only. It's funny.
たホームランをこの手でな。
Alright. So there's that. Well, I should probably pull these down here. Don't mind me while I just do a little bit of setup. Alright. Cool. Let's do this. Let's just do it. You know how it goes. I was all extra busy. And boom, we are live. What's up, everybody? It's Mr. Drew welcoming you to another episode of the Andrew Bolshevsky Experience. This is going to be episode 751. Patchy, what are we doing? I am still working on these tents. I'm still working on these tents. I'm starting to get a better idea, and unfortunately, I'm starting to feel the need to do some concept work for these things. Yeah. Man, it's so hot out here, y'all. So yeah, let's just jump into it. Let's see how far. I'm all over with this script between the writing. So my writing, I'm going back and forth with the storyboarding over here. You know, my little storyboarding book over here that I'm basing all of the Previz artwork, you know, like what I'm doing today. And what I'm doing today is continuing with those tent designs, because it's like I feel like I got them. I'm wondering how much more I need to get them, you know what I mean, in order to do it. And maybe I'll just save it for, like, I don't know, a story concept day. Because what have I been working on for the story concepts? That was yesterday. So I've been working on this character for a while also. So maybe next week, next Tuesday, I'll you know what I mean, go back to the tents. I kind of want to move on from them, even though I haven't accomplished what I usually tend to do with these Previz streams, which is to get the visualization down for these storyboards, you know? So that way when I go to do the layouts and all that other stuff, I kind of have something good and ready to go. But if I'm being real, like I'm looking at the page that I need it for, right? I only have 1, 2, 3, maybe 4 panels. And that third one is a little loose, you know what I mean? Like really it's probably more just like 3 panels that I need it for. The fact that I've already spent like 3 weeks, or you know what I mean, 3 days, 3 Previz streams on these tents, even though it's incredibly difficult to try to figure these things out without actually sitting down and studying them on stream. I even almost thought about doing that. I think maybe what I need to do is just kind of move on for now, because one thing, I'm running out of paper. I'm running out of paper in this sketchbook. I'm gonna have to get a new sketchbook. And the other thing that I'm thinking is, like, maybe what I might do a little bit of today is going back, and I was even thinking about just warming up with working on, you know what I mean, coloring these things in a little bit more, touching up some of these pages a little bit more, in order to, you know what I mean, really get some concepts down. But it's not a concept art day, you know? But it is a little bit of a previs. All these characters are in the first pages. Where am I at? Oh yeah, these things aren't even... That's right, because I've already moved on to the next chapter. So yeah, even these little sketched out thumb layouts mean nothing. I might have to like erase some of these and make some more space in this book. Like these don't, I might keep that one. These don't really help. I can like either fix them or adjust them, but I don't really need to work on this character all too much. I've already kind of did it a little bit here. And you know what I mean, I kind of got what I needed from it to be able to move on. So it's like rendering all these things out isn't necessarily a priority. Even this, I could like erase this and fix this up. Oh, you can't even see it. The one up here. All of this. I was working on an idea, and you know, no dice. So let me move on with the previous stuff with these tents, because technically I've already gone ahead and done it, worked on some of these concepts, and I got some previs here, some that I would normally want to previs next, but I was like, you know what, these sketches are good enough, not the quality of them, but what I need to capture. It's good enough. They're spot on, perfect. I'm just gonna use those in the page layout. So what do we have next? Ooh. All right. Yeah, I want to move on from the tents. I'm a little done with them. I was before I went live. That's why I'm a little bit late. I was looking up. I was like trying to figure out, do I want to work on them some more? And I was looking at them and looking it up and everything like that. And I kind of got an idea. One that I had last week, and I was trying to draw it down, but there wasn't a. I didn't get around to a good enough camera angle to draw that idea, to kind of relay it, or to visualize it and let y'all see. So I'm thinking I might just let that one stew until I get around to, you know what I mean, actually drawing the thing. Now, one thing I do want to look up, and this will just be for me, and I'll even leave a note next to my, yeah, see, like I got all these characters. Here's some more of that previs. Yeah. See, that's what I need. I need to get back to just drawing some stuff. I need to put those tents on a concept art day. You know, either on a Monday or a Tuesday. Well, I guess with the part of the world, it'd have to be on a Tuesday, like all these things down here. Yeah, because the part of the world that we're at with this, as far as like doing world concepts, not even close to it yet. So that's another thing. Is like, man, by the time I get there, I wonder how relevant it would even be. And that's what I mean. Spending the past 3 weeks on this, it's a lot. Because what is this from? The 4th? Yeah, June 4th. It's the 25th. It's been a solid 21 days. It's a solid 3 weeks, yeah. You know? Gotta move on. Maybe I should start erasing some of these that I don't want and start working on them. You know, like these are good. These I kind of wish I would save, just because I started the book with them, but these things aren't really helping me anymore. You know what I mean? These early sketches of this character, they're almost irrelevant because they're early sketches, and I've already gone on to finalize his design, and these poses and everything aren't really helping me. You know what I mean? Like, so they helped me back at the time to get to the final ideas. So they've kind of already served their purpose, where I've reached, you know, the final concept stage for this character. But they don't even have dates on them. They're still in pencil format, and they're taking up space in this sketchbook. You know what I mean? At the end of the day, what I really want to do is have a decent sketchbook, and I don't even care about the random dates. That's why I kind of like put dates on all these things. Plus, working in pencil and not rendering these things out was a side effect of a bygone era also, as far as my production goes. You know? So yeah. Alright. So yeah, let's move on. Kind of want to see yeah. Alright. There's that. And then ooh, I need to do some concepts for that character. Huh. My bad, y'all. I came in. I was so ready to keep drawing some more tents, even though I really need to move on. So now I'm just moving on to drawing whatever we got. Okay, so that I'm not gonna find any pictures looking that up. I need to do some concepts for that character, anyways. I mean, let me show you the character that I'm talking about. I'm not even quite sure. I need to make a Patreon post anyways. I need to break these books out. I don't even know if this character is in this book. or where I have this character's concept at. I feel like I only ever drew like 1 or 2 pictures of them, but it's a character that I haven't even gotten around to, but I already began like writing them into the story. I'm so happy that I did. Nope, that's not good. And I think I already have him. Nah, this is his first appearance. Okay. Because I've already wrote enough in the story for this character to have appeared twice. But oh, that's so weird. But yeah, I haven't even done any concepts for him or gotten around to showing him off the first on the first whatever. What's going on now? But if I can give y'all some tea, show y'all a little bit, since I'm kind of in the Patreon, I gotta post on Patreon mindset, give y'all a little peek into a little bit of the background. But I don't even think this character is in this book. I gotta go back further. I believe. Yo, it's getting so much more difficult to keep up with all this work. Back when it was just doing concepts, I could move forward, like world concepts. It was like, yeah, just work on world concepts every single day and just keep progressing forward. But now that it's kind of divided with world and story concepts and previz, and then you know, working on the comic book to try to meet my production schedule. Everything's gotten so crazy. So it's like because I'm doing previz for chapter 1, not to be confused with chapter 0, which is the chapter I'm drawing currently. I think it's on chapter 1, or no, this is on chapter 2. Right? No, this is on chapter 1. It's gotta be. Right? Yeah, this is chapter 1 because this is that. Chapter 2 starts later. Either way. Like I'm doing previz for like future chapters I haven't gotten to yet. Yeah, so chapter 2 starts here. Okay, so yeah, we're definitely in chapter 1. But you can see like the work is a little bit everywhere. And with the amount of writing I'm doing behind the scenes right now, it's like I'm getting so happy with the writing and really pushing the writing and planning out the orange story, which is way ahead. So maybe I need to ease up on the writing a little bit in order to get around to yeah, he's not in this book. What book is he in? Yeah, I went back, I found my old files that I had like all those old writings in, and the old writings of the character. That I was talking about as far as like me being excited about writing for the orange story, and you know, like the bad guys, and then I need to like map out timelines and figure out where You know what I mean? How I wrote something for one side character, but I was like, oh wait, I got a bunch of characters in here that kind of applies to. I really need to go back and start like considering that stuff before like writing some. I'm still in a whole lot of the planning stage. But man, I kind of got everything where I need it to be right now, and now I'm hitting a point of like, what's the next thing I need to look into to again help me get this script going for the Orange story. Again, way ahead, and yeah, maybe I could ease up on writing for a little bit since I'm far enough ahead and I'm at a good spot to stop right now. All right, this character's got to be in this book, right? This is... all these other characters are here. All these other characters are here. Where is he? Where is he? I'm like looking at some really old stuff. 2018. Yo. This has nothing to do with the story. I can show y'all this one. Right? Yeah. So, man, I drew that back in 2018 on a just straight up inked on paper. Some Game of Thrones stuff. Yo, where is this character? All the characters are here. Why isn't this? I told you this is a character I've barely drawn because I drew him one time and I was like, great, moving on. I don't need to do no more. Like not until I need to get around to actually doing some concepts for him. Yo, all the characters are here, but this guy. What a bummer, because I need to do some previs with this character, so it's like I only got one picture of him. Like, how am I gonna get like even a little bit of a tiny accurate piece of previs done without even like the single image that I have of this guy? Because I know he has a distinct look. You know, just because I haven't finalized it, I don't really care to finalize it. Sounds worse than I mean it to, you know, but I feel like the little bit that I did for him, I was just like, good, great, you know what I mean? Like, it's gonna serve this character's purpose. Yo, he's not in this book either? He's not in this book either. I was missing a book. I was like, because I know he's not in this book. Like that's the thing. I'm working on this book. Let me see if I can show y'all anything from this. Oh wow. So I'm working in this book, and you could even see, ooh, this one has information on it. Has writing in it, characters' names. I can't. See, this is, again, I have the sketchbook that I've been posting on Patreon, which is this one. So if y'all are following Judas to Draw on Patreon, follow for free, follow for $1, love y'all. And then going up from there, you can get commissions from me. Get a commission, get all of the commissions, you know what I'm saying? But everything that I post on Patreon, which again I'll be doing, I guess, after the stream, is coming from this book right now. And I'm still working in this book, but this is a lot of just like concept art, you know what I mean? Me doing ink sketches, much like the one that you just saw, like just a whole lot smaller, like kind of like smaller, like these. So those are the kind of things that go into my Patreon, and then you're welcome to like ask questions and whatever, and then, you know, whatever I can tell you, I'm happy to tell you. But don't feel away, because my chat and my patrons are just as quiet as my chat. It's eerie and scary. It's scary how quiet my socials are. You know, despite how much everyone talks. Anyways, so I have that book, but then I also have this one, which is this book here. Neither one are on my website right now because they're, you know, I'm still working in them. So when I finish them, I'll upload them to my website. But yeah, this one has a little bit of everything, as far as like scripting, dialogue, previz, concept art. Like, this book kind of has everything. I'm trying to find something that I could share that isn't... Alright. This is a character I've already worked on, and these are posts that I put on Patreon a while back, like a year ago at least. Here's something. I probably shared this on stream before already too. But like, there's a ton. There's so many sketches, previz, character art, like you know. This character I've already finalized on stream. I've already finished them up. I've already done everything. You know what I mean? Like, I've already done everything that I need to do. But like, I do... Everything is quick, fast, you know what I mean? It's all about getting ideas down and doing all these things. And I've definitely like way changed this character's design since this day. You know what I mean? These sketches are from I don't even have a date, but alright, February 1st, 2023. So we're talking 2+ years ago. So like this book, I haven't even really, maybe I have shared a little bit on Patreon, but because it has so much writing, characters' names, scripts, it like has all of that stuff in there. It's like, okay, I don't share it all too much, you know what I mean? There's just way too much information. I don't mind sharing the sketches and the drawings. Oh look, check this out. So here's this character, and I've already gone ahead. I haven't finalized it just because I haven't colored these in, but y'all will recognize this character whenever I get around to it. Man, I see so many drawings in this book. I can't wait to get around to actually having to do concepts for these characters. Or finishing these concepts. Yo, did I pass him already? Yeah. So look at this character. This is what I mean by these sketches go through ideas. So this is from February 11th, 2023, maybe even a little bit before that. So in between, we're talking like the first week of February 2023, I went and, oh dang, we got information on here. See if I can cover as much as this. So this character that you're looking at, y'all may recognize him, and I can't wait to get around to finalizing him. Like, that's him in this book. You can see it's not too different, but there is a difference, right? Like, there is, like, okay, I've taken some things and I've like definitely moved them around. you know, changed him up, and then finally finalized his design. It was like, all right, this is perfect for him. I got like a starting point, and now I can kind of go ahead. And yeah, his like this character here, he and I believe I've already shared this on Patreon as well, maybe like a while back, or I shared it somewhere, I don't know. But yeah, this character's the ideas surrounding him have definitely changed in the past 2 years, or whenever I worked on these, even if you want to say like 18 months. Oh yeah, see, I believe I shared these on Patreon. See, like here's another one of him. See what I mean? So it's like I'll write stuff, I'll draw stuff. It's like the first layer of getting these ideas out with writing and drawing, and then it's like, okay, now let's tighten up the writing, you know, for the script. Let's tighten up all the previz and everything for like how these characters are going to be moving, and the storyboards and all that other stuff. Yeah, the character I'm looking for is not in this book. Here we go. This guy's in this book as well. Now this one, I kind of forget that I worked on this character. I kind of forget that I worked on him. You know, I can't believe I don't have a date on any of these things. I can't believe I don't have a date on any of these things. See what I mean? But yeah, this character here, again, okay. Alright, we got something like a date. I was getting so frustrated with myself not dating stuff, I was like, here, put a date on it. So, yeah, July 2024. These I have shared on Patreon a while back, but I like colored them up, like digitally. I colored them up and gave it a little bit so I can kind of push the concept a little bit more for myself, and then it helped me to start reaching like these, like to be able to get to these ideas and everything that I have here. And you know what I mean, I love everything I have here. And honestly, in the script, this character, I'm not even gonna get into it, but I'm just like, oh, like even where this character comes from, I'm over here like, I'm like, because I'm writing everything out. I'm scripting characters interaction, where are they from, so how would they talk, da 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 da, like, you know what I mean. I'm doing all of that, right? And I'm just like, this guy, like I'm like, yo, like I don't need him to do all that, but believe me, he's doing enough. So yeah, like this character's design, you'll see. I don't have any info on here, so this is from March 2023. I can cover his name. So I've already shared all these maybe a year or more ago on my Patreon. So, but like I said, I colored them in. I don't mind sharing some of this stuff. You know what I mean? So March 2023, what is that? That's still like over 2 years ago. So again, I got a ton of writing in this book. It's actually kind of crazy that I have an entire page with like almost no information on it, and it's all just physical digital stuff. And I've already gone on to change his design and some ideas about him ever since this, and you know what I mean, I've implemented them here. When I started working on them here, I was like, okay, so that's what I mean. I'll start concepts for a character, and these were done in July of 2024, but in February 2023, I was already doing this behind the scenes. So you can see what I mean when I say things like, I'm writing, and I'm on the orange story now. I am way ahead in the writing, which is why I'm like, maybe I need to take a break on the writing. I'm in a good spot to take a break, and start focusing on a lot more of the visuals, you know. Like I said, like this character that I'm looking for, and I'm gonna find him. I'm gonna find him. You know what I mean? I'm gonna find this character. Alright, I gotta break out the old book. I gotta break it out anyway. There we go. Here, let me move this book so I don't have to hold it. So y'all, I mean, I was just rendering this video, what, like the last couple of weeks maybe? So on my Friday nights, what is that, tomorrow night? No. Well, this week though. On Fridays, I do my my video editing streams, and just recently, the videos that I kind of did the work on this character, I recently edited those videos and, you know, put them into the feed for my YouTube channel, G Mr. Drew on YouTube. Go check me out. Follow my YouTube. You know, viewing has been going like crazy up there. I appreciate y'all. Thank y'all. You know what I mean? I love it that y'all doing that. You know what I mean? And now without being able to live stream on X, you know, I guess anybody that was watching on X, if they really don't want a Twitch account, like, I guess they're gonna have to migrate over to YouTube as well in order to get the videos. But hey, they're there. They're there. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the VOD if you're watching a recording. You know what I mean? But this character here, you know, I was happy with this design, you know, like what he looks like here, perfect. Like what I need him to do, what he's doing, written in the script, figured him out. I got dialogue of him somewhere in here. There's a drawing in here where I'm like, oh, him and he talking that, like he talking. When did I draw these things? February 2023. And these were of February 2024, so like a year later, so like a year after that. So these are about a year apart. Again, it has a lot of writing. Let me see if I can... Like, I got these sketches of the character. Now you can see I was sitting there trying to figure out things with his helmet, figure out how things will look, you know what I mean? How do I want it to function? What do I need him to be able to do with it? Or what do I need the helmet to do in order for him to be able to, you know what I mean, have it, need it, switch it, flip it, flop it, reverse it, format it, you know what I mean? Like what do you have to do? So you can see, like, I'll write, this whole page is nothing but writing, and then it's like, all right, let me figure this out. I need to figure this out. What does this guy look like? And so these were like the first things. It's almost like he's like one of the MK ninjas with a motorcycle helmet that is weird, you know what I mean? But yeah, like you can see, like, here is like something I was drawing with this character, probably not even the first or original sketch that I had of him. Ooh, I do have the original sketch of him. Whoa. I wonder if I can find that. but like it started there, and then a year later, I'm finishing it up here, and I'm just like, okay, cool, love it, love it. Like he's exactly who he needs to be. Yeah, his first sketch, his original design will be right here. I just need to see. I think that's him. I think that's him. It's so wildly different. Or is it this one? No, that's the other guy. Okay. I get him confused with another character sometimes. Or at least I used to. You know what I mean? Just because they're some of the original characters. You want to see what this character used to look like? Here, I'll cover up the name. These are from 2017. October 2017. 8 years ago. 8 years ago I did these drawings. Things have wildly changed since 2017, needless to say. But I was already making these sketches. And this was probably during an Inktober, while I was like writing the script. And like, I was like, Inktober, let me just draw with some ink. You know what I mean? But this character here, here's his final form. You know what I mean? This is, I love this. This was his first ideation. This was the first. So that was the first time I sat down and I was just like, alright, what do I want to do with this guy? Maybe I'll just do this. I still think it's cold. Like, I still look at it. I've moved that design to another character. I don't even know what I'm going to get around to that character. I don't know if I'm going to get to them in the story concepts first, or if I'm going to get to that character in the world concepts. Either way, either route, it's going to be a minute before I get to a character that I use not this design, but similar, you know. But yeah, October 2017. Yo, so you can see where like a lot has changed from this sketchbook. This sketchbook is, you know what I mean, way back. But yeah, so from that to the weird MK motorcycle ninja helmet looking thing. Here we go. Let me do this. Oh, I don't even know what those things say. They're definitely not the right names. But yeah. You could see like where things like ideas kind of stay, where ideas kind of go. So from 2017 to 6 years later, when I'm actually like, okay, let's get serious about this after I've already been thinking about it for 6 more years into the future, worked on however many more characters since then, and then to the concept stage of like, all right, time to hunker down. Sometimes some of these characters, I've been with them so long that it's a little bit difficult to try to like finalize them, you know what I mean? And it's just on like who these characters are in the story and everything like that. Like, you know, they all serve a purpose. Yeah, so that character's not going to be in here. Let me show you one of my favorites. So again, going back to this character. Let me see if I even have anything that's similar. A pose that's similar or anything like that. Not really. And now like stuff like this character didn't really change much. This guy was just on the very next page, so I saw it, and I was like, oh, I was just talking about him. So, just like that last character, this guy, same thing. Yeah. Alright, so I just got to cover up a little bit of the writing. So, like, this is what he looked like. I kind of showed you something of what I drew and probably posted on my Patreon a long while back. You know what I mean? Get on the Patreon. You get to see all these things. And, you know what I mean? That's a place that you're welcome to ask questions and all that other stuff. And then I guess, I don't even know how Patreon works with the talking, but if you could post pictures in your comments, you could screenshot stuff and just be like, yo, you know what I mean? Like, anybody ever got questions? But, like, that's this character. Was done on the very same page, so this would have also been in 2017. This is still my favorite sketch of this character. When I see, like, I think about this character, I think about this sketch. And I'm just like, that's him. That's him. There's nothing I could do about it. That's not him. And it's been years, and even years later, I'm just like, this is him. So you're getting a little bit of a preview at least. And this is also one of my favorite sketches of him. I've changed his design since then. You know what I mean? But yeah, going from here to here, and it's actually his designs, all of the thought process from, and again, not much. It was just a struggle to like really try to find anything because this is just a head. So it's like, okay, I got the head and the hair, but what does the body look like? And I got the body here, but then I was like, you know what I mean? I already got like a million characters that look like that since I've drawn this. And, you know, aesthetically. So I was like, like, this character, his place in the story, everything about him, I'm just like, I gotta do something different. So then I ended up here with all of these ideas, and whatever I talked about on that stream I did. That's if I even talked, you know what I mean? But yeah, you can kind of see a little bit of the, they don't even look like they were drawn, you know, 6-7 years apart. See what I'm saying? But everything that's in here is still in here. I just like added a little bit more, kind of understand this character a little bit more, everything like that. But yeah, this is still every time I think of this character, this is what I think about. And I'm just like, yeah, that's him. As long as I can capture that, I'm good here. And you get to see a little bit of what the color looks like. You know what I mean? Or what the color will look like whenever I get around to rendering them. I can't believe this character. I cannot find this character that I need to for today's Previz. It's gotta be in here, man. I told you, I drew him one time and I was like, good, great, awesome. Like, nothing else is needed. Yo, a lot of notes, a lot of me trying to do promo stuff. Yo, isn't Daredevil back in the picture? Isn't Daredevil back in the picture? For whatever reason, isn't Daredevil doing stuff? Like, why did I see like Daredevil and Spider-Man trending? Or was it Punisher? Punisher and Spider-Man trending the other day. But I don't know. Look at this from 2018. Terrible sketch. Anatomy's off. Everything is off. This is a bad sketch, but ink sketch, whatever. Was that 2018? Yo. Where is this character? Because if I got to do some previs, I want to be able to make sure I get those, because there's things about this character that I know about that I'm trying to find. Oh my god. Check this out. Again, Genius and Draw on Patreon. A post goes up every week. You know what I mean? You can follow for free. I cater to the free followers. Check this out. I'm working on this character currently. I just worked on this character last night. Alright? All these sketches of this character, everything that I just did last night, all of this, y'all want to see where this character came from? You see how you see how this is going, right? How I worked on so many characters, and they're I gotta cover some of this up. Maybe I don't. Maybe I just need to cover the top half. This is so embarrassing. So I was trying to figure things out with this character. So you want to see where this guy, what he started from, and then I kind of was like, I will get to him when I get to him, and I'm not even gonna worry about it. And then when I started drawing him, what was it? I think it was that. Like, this might have been the first thing I drew. You know what I mean? But I was like, that ain't it. That ain't it. You know what I mean? So I started drawing these things. And I was like, okay. I'm a little bit more there. I'm a little bit more there. It ain't it, but I'm a little bit closer. You want to see where this character started? Alright. Again, Jim is on Patreon. This is where you kind of get these sort of things. And, you know what I mean? Like I said, my chat here is mad quiet. My chat on Patreon is mad quiet. I ain't got nothing but lurkers in my life. So, but you know what I mean? I love this stuff. I get excited about it. So I always welcome people to go ahead and join. Like I said, y'all can join for free. And you can, like, hit me up and be like, yo, this is a cool post. You know what I mean? I cater to the free followers. So you can follow for free. You know what I mean? Follow for $1. Love you. Alright. This is such a dumb. This is so dumb to be showing this. So these were the first sketches for this character. Like, got like a little bit of a Vin Diesel meets what's his name? Jack Skellington. Is that his name from The Nightmare Before Christmas? You know, Vin Diesel in The Nightmare Before Christmas world. Tim Burton. Vin Diesel by Tim Burton. You know what I mean? Like, that's where this character started. When I was like, alright, let me just draw something. I drew this. And I didn't like it. And I didn't like it. You know what I mean? I drew some more. Not gonna show any of that stuff. But yeah, started there. So this character started off as like a Tim Burton drawing Vin Diesel. You know what I mean? So now you can kind of see, like, maybe, perhaps, we kind of stepped away from the Tim Burton drawing Vin Diesel. But that's where all of my ideas kind of go. Some of them way more so than others. I just showed you one character that hasn't changed since his first sketch. Even though so many ideas changed about him, I was just like, but the look is the same. You know what I mean? And then I just showed you another character where I was like, this was his idea, but he ended up looking like this. And now I took that great idea that I started with, I threw it somewhere else. It's gonna be a minute before we get there. And I just showed you something that's just wild. You see what I'm saying? This is what I like about my Patreon. Like, cause they're all just like really garbage sketches. People will sit here and say that my sketchbook is like garbage sketches, whatever, right? Like, they're like, oh, these little itty bitty sketches, like, who cares, right? But these are still the final concepts. So it's like, okay, I got the idea, And now it's like, okay, when I get to the story, I gotta illustrate it. I got all the information I need in order to, you know what I mean, draw this character confidently. And that's everything that I'm working on. Even on last night's stream, I was talking about, I think by the time I was working on this, I was like, I need to be able to get comfortable with this character, and I wasn't. So then I immediately started loosening up. And then again, this character is just so extra that drawing him this small, you can't get all the details. So it's like extra simplified. And it's good to have simplification, but it's not good if you don't have the details down. If you have the details down, you can simplify all day and be good, be great, you know what I mean? But if you don't have the details down, you kind of want to, you know what I'm saying? You kind of want to get the details down and also then simplify. Or else you're going to take something that's simple and then blow it up big, and it's not going to look all that great. And, or whatever. You know what I'm trying to say. Either way. So yeah, finally at the end of last night's stream, I got to a place where I'm like, okay, I can have fun with this character now. Took the entire night, but I'm glad I got there. But yeah, so this guy started off as like a Tim Burton draws Vin Diesel in The Nightmare Before Christmas or something like that, you know? But look at him now. That's why I'll sit there and I'll struggle with something like a tent for 3 weeks, because I'm like, man, there's gonna be something about these tents. They're gonna hit so hard. Never get around to doing it. You know what I mean? It's like, alright, I'm gonna move on. I can't believe I can't find this character. I got all these characters. I do so many drawings of them. Look at me doing yoga, writing down yoga notes. Dang. Dang. I don't even know if I should show these to y'all. I'm not showing these to y'all. That is a mean sketch right there, though, of a really important character. I haven't gotten around to yet, but the world map that I'm working on right now, the world map, that continent, that landmass, I was like, we got a lot of characters in there. That character's in there. I'll definitely show that on my Patreon whenever I get around to, you know what I mean, working on those characters and things like that. Where is this character? I'm trying to get to the previz, y'all. That is all I'm doing, is trying to get to the previz. Okay. Revisiting some of these old sketches is sometimes a trip, because it's like knowing that I'm going to be taking it so far away from these, and how much of a struggle I was having when I started drawing these. Oh wow. My bad, y'all. There's just so much cool stuff I could share here. I wonder if I need to start tailoring my my Patreon, because my Patreon is just based on me just sharing page after page, and you know, so far so good. But there's really no alignment with it with my stream, even though sometimes some things do align. You know, I wonder if I should be a little bit more careful about what I post on Patreon as far as like making it relevant to what I'm working on stream. But I feel like the wild variety is worth it. But anytime there is an alignment, I do share it, and I'll be like, yo, I worked on this on the stream recently. You can watch this live stream, but here's the early sketch. You know what I mean? And then those people get to see the original sketch that led to, you know, work that happened behind the scenes before the live stream. All the stuff that I'm always talking about here, but I never like share with y'all. It's a Patreon thing. It's a Patreon thing. How do I not have this character anywhere? I cannot believe this. I mean, it's one sketch in a sea of... Oh, and there's that character that I transferred that idea over to. Not gonna share it. Not gonna share it. Too early. Yo, where do I have this character? This is getting frustrating because I was like, he's definitely here. Like I already went through 2, almost 3 now. I hear all the sketches of her. Okay. Okay. I got a character that I'm currently writing, and again, I got her character mixed up with another one, and I was just like, did I rename this character? And then I was like, oh no, she's from over here. But I only have one sketch of her in another sketchbook, and then I got a whole page of her right here. Not gonna show it. Not gonna show it. Where is this character? I thought he would have been here. I thought he would have been here by now. Come on. Previz day. Come on, let me I got one thing I know I'm gonna draw, and I might draw a couple of things for it, but I was like, alright, I'm gonna draw that, but I need that character sketch. Yo. I've already shown this one on stream. I've already shown this on stream. Oop, oop, oop. Hold on. Almost missed him. Almost missed him. Look at that. My sketchbook like jumped ahead a couple of pages. And I was like, well, we're not skipping pages. He was in those pages. Alright. Look, I'm gonna give y'all a freebie for being so good. You're an hour into this stream watching, you know what I mean? I'm gonna give y'all a good one. I'm gonna give y'all an exclusive right now. I just need to see how much of this page I need to cover up. Dang. Alright, what if I do this? What if I do this? Dang, 'cause I can't show none of that either. So I'm gonna flip this around, kind of hides all that stuff, so that's cool. And then I don't even want y'all to be able to read this. Here's the character that I need to This is the sketch I've been looking for a good half hour at least now. I gotta do some previz for the one and only sketch that I have of this character. And I was like, I'll figure the rest out later. But yeah. Cool character. I like these characters. I'll definitely have to like develop his sketches a little bit more. Some of these sketches go way back. When did I draw that? Do I have a date anywhere around here? Why didn't I date any of these? This is why I started dating everything, man, because I was like, I was doing all this work and this writing, and now you know what I mean? I don't even know where it comes from anymore. This is all pre-stream, though, you know what I mean? Do I not have a single date anywhere around these things? No. Yeah, see, I was still taking writing notes on how to write back then. Just how to structure a story, you know? I mean, yo, I don't have any dates on anything around here. That sucks. Yeah, I was hoping to be able to say like, yo, I drew this way back then, but wow. Yeah, I'm gonna take a picture with this on my phone so that way I can go ahead and put these books away, because it just makes me want to write. And like I said, I gotta take a break from writing. I need to focus a little bit more on previzing this story out, perhaps. Yeah, let me get a whole page, I guess, and then I'll just crop everything. My bad, y'all. I'm sorry we're so slow on the getting started, but if I'm gonna progress with this previz stuff, put these away. But yeah, stuff like these sketches, these are all what ends up on my Patreon, so they're nothing crazy or special. And then I'll still scratch out names and things like that, so that way you don't get to see like the proper nouns of either people, environments, props, anything like that. You know, I still want y'all to enjoy something from the story. You know what I mean? I still want y'all to read the story and learn things then, like names, all the proper nouns and all that. There we go. Glad I got that done. Let me send that to myself, so Oh, you know what? I'll post it on the stream just because we can see what took me so long. I gotta scratch out the name though. Wait, what? No, you. Yeah, you go. Oh, alright. Oh, now you can probably hear that in the background right now. Oh well. Hopefully, you know, something starts making enough noise. And okay. What's that called? Let's do those 3. There we go. Where's my pencil? There you are. I was just using. And my water's empty. Oh, my water's empty. Y'all know how thirsty I am. Y'all know how thirsty I am. Hold on. Let's get this. Alright, can I draw, please? May I please draw? You can go here, you can go there. Mega Man, what are you doing in there? What are you doing in there, Mega Man? Get out of there. Alright. Okay. First Previz, right? Where are we at on my script? Where's my script not on page? Here we go. Yo, where is this guy? I know he's not that far back. Wait, where is this guy's concept art? I thought he was like on the last pages. Where's he at?
困難笑って話せるようになったがやっと最近の話です。
Yo, did I draw that in this book?
お前のせいで最後の最後に全部
Hold on.
ぶち壊しや
No way.
お前だけはこの
There's no way that character's in this book. No way. I don't believe it. That character is not in this book. I'm starting to feel like he might be. Oh my god, he is. Yeah, I thought these were done way back. Alright. See, this is why I like putting dates on things. This is just from what? 3 months ago? March 25th? Okay. So funny I'm drawing this right now. I'm so into the story, so far into it, that I'm just like, oh, right, I'm not drawing that part yet. back here. I need to put a placeholder on that page or something. Yeah, was it not until this stream that I started rendering things out again? Yeah, because a lot of this is just a whole lot of pencils. So what's the date? March 5th. March 5th of this year. I just need to say something real quick. So this would have been around the time that I stopped really rendering characters, and I just wanted to see these dates real quick. So what was this? September 13th, 2022 all the way to March 5th, 2025, and everything in between there was a struggle in my production that y'all got to watch on stream. Anybody who noticed the difference, kind of want to write those dates down. Still really like this sketch. Yeah, that's right. I went with it anyways. I changed those colors since then too. Dang, that's right. How much time is that? September 2022 to March 2025. It's not 3 years, but it's like 3.5 years, or 2.5 years. 2.5 years. Two and a half years of having to put up with it.
その通りだ。Beautiful eyes.
Yeah, what am I doing with all that? Yeah, I turned on a second playthrough. Still gonna keep watching that other playthrough of Death Stranding 2, but I'm putting on another playthrough. Like I said, I like to watch multiple playthroughs just to see how people do things. You know, especially with stories or games that are like not exactly extra super linear. There's a little bit of open world to it. So it's like, okay, you can get a little bit of a different experience, potentially. And I just like to support, you know what I mean, the YouTubers, right? But yeah, going back and now rewatching the beginning again, regardless of what this playthrough is doing, this whole thing does not seem okay with me. Like this whole game, man. I haven't gotten anywhere near seeing the end of it, I don't think. Yeah, I just wanted to see those dates. because everything that's happened in the last 2.5 years. I mean, all in all, it just feels good to be able to finish these things out. Finish these drawings again. Not have to shortchange y'all with unfinished, or you know what I mean, just pencil sketches. Anytime it's viable to render something out beyond the pencil sketch. Just feels good to be back at it. Getting all the weirdos. Getting all the weirdos. Obviously not out of my life, but at least get them out of my production, you know? Two 2.5 years. I mean, and it started before that, having to deal with weirdos. I wonder what the stream could have been if I didn't have to sit there and deal with that. I'm still not sharing details about it, but weirdos out there, they know who they are. And I mean, like I said, if it ain't me, last 2.5 years could have been. Not too much. You know what I mean? I don't wonder about it too much, but going back and revisiting all these old sketches, going through these old sketchbooks, it just kind of naturally brought out. Still dealing with it, still going through it, but it's nice to be able to draw these things. With all the chit chat. You know, it's funny. This whole online thing. It's funny to me how much people think that it's like a I mean, I don't even know. I don't even know anymore because, like, you know, the culture continues. I don't like tend to like keep up with anything. You know what I mean? Y'all see I have a hard enough time keeping up with my own production. I don't got time to sit there and hum and ha about what like anybody else is doing. And I don't mean no disrespect, but that's just how it is. And you know, someone used the term pick me, like referring to people as like a whole bunch of pick me's, you know what I mean? Pick me, pick me, pick me, pick me. You know, like those seagulls in that one, what was that, Finding Nemo? Mine. Like, pick me, pick me, pick me, pick me, pick me. So I don't even really quite understand what that is. And then at the same time, you know, regarding the past 2.5 years and everything that I've been dealing with, I've kind of alluded to, and I'm still alluding to without really talking about it. You know, I was just referring to how funny it is that you know, I could finish these drawings without having to worry about the chit chat. Meanwhile, at the same time, I'd be screaming and I'd be talking about the lack of chat. You know, speaking of chat, let me slime on y'all real quick. You know, I was listening to another person, not the same person who was talking about a bunch of pick-me's, but having to deal with I was listening to another person. They were talking about how another part of the whole online culture thing, and they put it in a really good way. That's why I'm kind of bringing it up. They talked about it like you know, if you're trying to be like popular online or anything like that, and it's like, I ain't trying to do all that. I'm over here just making a production that I still think is like noteworthy, commendable. Something that, you know, professionals could look at, regardless of their profession. Anyone who's ever been a professional in anything, you know what I mean, would be able to see and be like, oh, yeah, that, you know, even if they don't understand what I do as an artist, you know what I mean? As a writer, as, you know, following through with this whole production and all, everything like that. Even if they don't understand what I do, they could look at what I'm doing and be like, oh, this is a lot. And not only is it a lot, but it's actually like pretty crazy that he's able to make it look so easy. Like, you know what I mean? If anybody who doesn't know what I'm doing thinks that they could just do everything that I do, and they don't have, you know what I mean, even half the experience that I have, then it's like, you know what I mean? Good luck. But yeah, someone talking about the this whole internet game, social media influencer. It's funny because when you do things online, kind of like my X account that I just put on, that I had the blue check mark, but I don't have the blue check mark anymore. That thing. It asks questions like, who are you? Why are you getting this check mark? What makes you, you know, anything? Da 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 da. You know what I mean? Basically asking you your profession, right? Like if you want the blue check mark, you want to be like a certified person. So what do you want to be like a certified person for, sort of thing? And then they have like an extremely limited selection of options. So like on my X, you know, funny enough, now it's not I don't have the blue check mark anymore, so I'm no longer like that blue thing, because it wasn't even something that you earn anymore. It's something that you pay for. I was paying for it. I don't care. And the option that was the closest thing to anything that I do, with everything that I do, the closest option that I had to my game, to my stream, my art, my production, my everything, was social media or influencer or something like that. It was the influencer option, and I was like, I ain't never really looked at myself that way. But it's also like, I'm not an accountant. I'm not, you know what I mean? Like, I'm not like all these other options that were on there. So it was funny to me. And I was like, oh, all right, like I'll choose influencer, but I don't, you know what I mean? So yeah, so I chose that option, right? And I guess for anybody who wasn't familiar with me, if they came across my X account and then they saw that, they, you know what I mean, it immediately puts me into this barrel with a whole bunch of other people that, you know, I have like little or nothing to do with, you know what I mean? It was just like, they didn't have animator, artists extraordinaire, like they didn't have anything like that. Like, they were just like, all the options that they had was booty, you know what I mean? It was like, so in reference to like this social media game, this influencer game, whatever it is, like, it's really weird to me. And speaking about the last 2.5 years, things that I've had to deal with, the people that I've had to deal with, it's crazy. I mean, I don't even know what a pick-me is. Maybe I should look it up because it seems like a whole bunch of pick-me's and I will get into it. I mean, what would we call that? A Gen Z term or something like that? What does Gen Z term pick-me? I mean, I can imagine, you know what I mean? It's like I said, it's like all them seagulls in, it's like all them seagulls in Finding Nemo that are like, mine, like they're more like, me, pick me, pick me, pick me. Like that's what I imagine it means, without knowing anything. Let's see what this thing says. In Gen Z slang, the term pick-me refers to someone who tries to appear different from their peers to gain approval or attention, often at the expense of authentic self-representation. Kind of like me when I was just saying, like, oh yeah, I had to pick influencer because it was like the closest thing to anything that I did, because it didn't have anything to do with any of the art production positions or anything like that I've taken on for this project or anything like that. You know what I mean? Like, it didn't say like movie director, didn't say like anything. Like, there was nothing even close to anything that I do. If the ultimate goal is animation and I'm running a production to lead up to the animation and I'm doing all of that production that's leading to it, and then on top of all of that, I'm video editing in all of that production leading to the animation, which is the goal, which also adds video editor to the list of everything like that, which is also going to be a tool that I'm going to need to utilize when I make the animations. You know what I mean? Like, none of that was on the list, so it was like, alright, I got to be an influencer. But that sounds like a whole lot like me, of me being like, I had to like choose that option, and I'm only talking about X, but you know what I mean, as far as like that influencer term goes. But I'm kind of like really referring to everything about my life. And yeah, I guess that whole thing of like people acting like pick-me's, like, it's really weird, man. Like, one time, long time ago, I came on this podcast, I came on my stream and I talked about you know, being rich and famous, and how much I would much rather, like according to the Bill Murray quote, like, you should try to like be rich without the famous part. You know what I mean? And how that was always more attractive to me. And then referring to like another time I came on here and I talked about like how money changes people, and money can change people, right? Like, if you're the type of person, you either have money or you get money, you know what I mean? You don't have money and then you get money, then you end up being like more of who you are, you know what I mean? And it was probably during a stream that, you know, somebody like won the lottery and then like lost it all in a week or something like that. Like some was probably in the news hitting when that happened, or like some, you know what I mean, like people who like won the lottery and like lost their lives, you know what I mean? And like in the process after winning, like you would think, like every single last one of us thinks that if you win the lottery, that like you're good, you know what I mean? You're set, because everyone thinks that they're the one. Everyone thinks like, oh no, I'm different. Everyone thinks like that they are different, and then you can, I don't know how many documentaries exist. I don't know how many documentaries exist of you know what I mean, talking about people that have like kind of won everything and lost everything. but it must have been around that time or something like that happening a couple of years ago, and I made a comment, and I'll stick to it, of how money doesn't necessarily have to change the person. It might. Either it might make you more of who you are, or it'll make you someone else, and then I don't know, maybe it's a rare occasion that someone actually comes out unscathed in the end. But yeah, it's funny how money will change the people around the person who got the money. So it's not even about like oh, you know, somebody got money, so it's that one somebody who's either this or that. You know what I mean? Like, obviously something's gonna change. You know what I mean? For better or worse. You know, always. You know, you always think about the better, right? And then I don't know how many documentaries there would be of, or how you would even go about being able to document how everyone around an individual changes when somebody wins the lottery. You know what I mean? So it's not necessarily the person who wins the lottery that changes. Like, yeah, something's going to change, but they don't necessarily change. But it'll be everybody around them that changes for sure. You know what I mean? And you know, talking about the last 2.5 years, everything that I was dealing with, everything like that. I'm not gonna get into it, but I'm gonna talk about this. You know, what's going on over there? So I think it's just funny to me, like, this world that we live in. I wonder at what point does things change for somebody? You know what I mean? Whether it's the person that changes, but what I would rather speak to is like the way that everyone around somebody changes. And not even because of they won the lottery, but just because of social media, because of this whole social media thing that we all live with now, right? So it's really weird to me, because I guess like on the highest highs, we learn about all these people that we have no idea who they are, what they've done, or anything about them, but we hear about like how they you know, they made it big, their life is great, and da-da-da-da-da, and everybody wants to have like something to do. You know what I mean? They're so popular, and don't you want to be this person? And now, you know what I mean? What's trending? You know, what's the new challenge? Let's all do it. And you know what I mean? Again, it's like, I guess, I suppose like a whole bunch of pick-me's, right? But it's funny what happens. Like, what happens when you get picked? And again, I'm like on my Bill Murray. I don't care. Like I'm like I would much rather have the success without the fame. Like that's kind of like where I reside. That's where I slide. That's where I, you know what I'm saying? Like that's my jam right there. And so to me, it's always like, well, what happens to anybody if anybody got picked? And to go back to the lottery thing, what happens to any individual when they get picked? They'll change, just like a lottery winner will change, right? Like oh, you know what I mean? Like something will change, you know, for better or for worse, something big or small. But like, what happens when like to everyone around that person? See, nobody ever really talks about everyone around the person that won the lottery. Friends, family, enemies. You know, people that weren't any of the above. They weren't friends, they weren't family, they weren't enemies. They were just someone who was around. You know what I mean? Oh yeah, I heard of that person. Like that person. You know what I mean? Like, what happens? There's really not too much documentation about what happens when someone wins a lottery and what happens to everybody around them. It's always about who won the lottery and what did they do. But like, imagine what happens to everybody around that person who won the lottery. What happens to everyone around that person who like gets picked? You know what I mean? Ooh, you got picked. You know what I mean? Like mine. Like, and then, you know what I mean? One of those seagulls, like you throw a fish into that whole group of seagulls, and then one of the seagulls gets up and gets it. Like, what's happening? You know, what's gonna happen to that one seagull that got that fish? And then now there ain't no more fish. You know what I'm saying? I've been seeing on my X account, and I'm sure everybody's seen it. I've seen it on Instagram. It's around everywhere. It's that little video with them frogs, and someone feeds the frogs. Like, it's like 2 or 3 frogs, and then they'll put like one, you know what I mean, like one piece of food for them, like right in the middle, and then just like what frog gets it first, and one frog eats it. You know what I mean? Like one frog's like like mine, and then they get it, and then like what happens with all the other frogs around them? See what I'm saying? Y'all see those videos? Are y'all caught up to everything that I'm talking about right now? So I could really care less about the whole online culture. I could really care less about, like, you know, the pick-me's and the pick-me-nots. You know what I mean? I could really care less about a whole lot of things. And you know, it's just funny to me. I was talking about the lotto, social media life, the influencer moniker, the pick-me culture, and now I was watching another thing, and they put it in a really good way that, you know what I mean, is understandable. They were basically talking about, what if you're the person that gets picked? You know what I mean? Now, if you're the person that gets picked, I don't want anybody who's listening to me right now. Shout out to y'all watching me. If anybody's even watching right now, shout out to y'all. Shout out to y'all on the VOD. It turns out like 80% of my views end up on VODs, more so than the lives. You know what I mean? So take that for whatever it is. I've been streaming for 4+ years, and 80% of my audience doesn't even tune in live, and nobody chats. So take that for whatever value you want to take that for. But yeah, I was listening to somebody, they put something in a really good way, and they were talking about, you know, what happens when you're picked, when you're the one that picked, you're the lottery winner, right? Like what happens? And, you know, at the end of the day, just like anybody thinking about anybody that ever won the lotto, you would just think like, oh no, they're set, right? Like you kind of, you know what I mean? You just kind of go forward from there. You kind of got it all figured out. You kind of, you know what I mean? You're good. You didn't win the lottery, so you're not like set for life. But as far as like the pick me nots, and then you get picked, and then, you know what I'm saying? It's like, what happens to them? And there's so many tales of like everything that's happened to people on social media, this whole social media life. You know what I mean? Like the XXX Tentaciones, the Takashis, 6ix9ines, you know what I mean? All those, you know what I mean? Like, there's those tales out there, right? And those are the ones you kind of mostly hear about. You hear about a good one, right? But like who? You know what I mean? But like who? Like, you could hear stories about like who? Nipsey? Like who? Like who has a good one? And like I said, I slide and reside on that Murray. You know what I mean? Like I'm on my Murray, on my Murray. You know what I mean? I'm over here like yo, I'd rather just have like the little bit of success of and the appreciation of professionals that can understand the value of hard work. You know what I mean? As opposed to like anybody who may have like looked at my X account, you know what I mean, just lurking like a weirdo. What he do? I'ma look for something, and then they can come across and be like, influencer. He think he an influencer, like, you know what I mean, like anybody like that, right? And somebody put it in a real good way, talking about anybody who got picked. Because one of the ways that it goes, and the story that you often, you know, hear about, I'm already seeing like, man, my algorithm messed up. I messed around and I think I said the word island boy for some reason, and then like some videos popped up about them island boy. I'm an island boy. like popped up about the island boys, and then like the fall of the island boys. I was like, they fell? Like, I didn't even, you know what I mean? Like, I don't, you know what I'm saying? And but like, what happens to the pick-me's? And somebody put it a real good way, you know what I mean? Don't worry, I'm gonna say it. So what they said was like, you gotta, if people want to make you the star of the show, right? They want to make you like the piñata, but before you you know what I mean, you play the piñata game, you gotta put the piñata up. You know what I mean? The piñata has to be put up, has to hang, it has to, you know what I mean, be up there. It doesn't just get there on its own, right? Like, someone has to put the piñata there, and then you get to play the piñata game. You know what I mean? So much fun, right? So it's funny to me. You know what I mean? Like, they were talking about that, and they were like, yeah, you gotta put the piñata up, and then you play the piñata game. We all know what happens to piñatas. If you've never been to a party that had a piñata, I feel sorry for you. You know what I mean? Like piñatas are a lot of fun. You should just go get a piñata just for this weekend for no reason. Just for no reason. Just go to the party store, the Dollar Tree. Somebody got a piñata. Go get a piñata for no reason, and then go put a piñata up, and then grab whatever you got, whatever you got it in hand at your place, and then play the piñata game. Do what you gotta do. You know what I mean? But they put it in a really good way. Like, that's what happens. But that is what happens to the one that gets picked. What happens to all the ones around the person who got picked? Much like the lotto people. See, when you win the lottery, we all like to think like they're set, because they should be. You know what I mean? Play the cards right, all that good stuff, right? Like, you know what I mean? You do your thing. You should be set. You know what I mean? But documentaries will show you, oh no, they don't really do that. You know what I mean? They don't really set themselves. They just, you know what I mean. They buy the first mansion they see, and then you never see or hear from them again, and not for any good reason. You know what I mean? That's why they started doing those documentaries. What happens to those people? Oh, that's what happens. Interesting. What happens to all those people around the person that's the pick-me who got picked? You know what I mean? Like, cause you could go ahead and say, like, the person who got picked changes. Sure, something's gonna change, right? They gotta do this, they gotta do that, but something's gonna change. For the better, for the worse, big, small, whatever. And oh, wow. What do you think happens to all those people around the person that gets picked? Much like all the people around the person who wins the lottery. Like, if the person who gets picked is the piñata, who's playing the piñata game? Because the piñata don't play the piñata game. See what I'm saying? Now, I just really like that analogy. I love that analogy. It's a great analogy, isn't it? It is a beautiful analogy. Now again, me, I'll be on my Murray flow. You know what I'm saying? I'll be like, yo, y'all can have that. You know what I'm saying? I'm not trying to hang nobody up like a piñata. I ain't trying to beat on nobody like they a piñata. You know what I mean? Like just give me a regular piñata and I will hang it up myself, and I will grab whatever I got around the house and I will whack that piñata myself. You know what I mean? I can have a good old time with a piñata. I will eat all the candy. You know what I mean? Hopefully it's chocolate, right? So who do you think is playing the piñata game when someone gets picked and they get put up like the piñata? Who's playing the game? Right? So funny. So funny to me. Like, I only really like that piñata analogy just because I recently heard it, but I already knew that. I just never really cared to put it in those terms. That's why you gotta really appreciate comedy, because comedians will be able to verbalize something, vocalize something in a way that's digestible. You know what I mean? For a simple person like me, with all my great talent and all my great looks and all the jobs that I perform and me doing all of this, you know what I mean? Like, I'm a little too busy to think of analogies that are that good unless it fits into my story somehow. But what happens? You know what I mean? Like people just getting got, right? Like, I already knew that. Like, I'm how old? Like, I saw the internet before the internet became what it is. I saw social media before it became what it is. You know what I mean? I've already been on this. I've already been on my own live stream talking about the only reason why I got involved in any social media at all whatsoever was specifically because of my artwork, trying to sell artwork, going to conventions, working with other artist alley artists, you know what I mean? Like meeting people, all that cool stuff like that. Like if I wasn't doing any of that, I probably would have never got a Facebook account. I probably never would have got a Twitter account. Like I probably never would have. You see what I'm saying? Did Instagram? Like I have no reason to. I have no reason to. Like this whole internet thing. Like y'all can keep that. Like I'm just here for like, you know what I mean? The good time. And I could really care about what anybody thinks is a good time. You know what I'm saying? Because people think turning someone into a piñata and then playing the piñata game is fun. That's usually right around the time that I'll be like, alright, I gotta, you know what I'm saying? So the past 2.5 years, it's funny, it's like I've been surrounded by people I don't even know, people I don't care about, people I don't like, I don't hate them. I harbor no resentment or ill will towards you, you know what I mean? It's just people around you. Like how many people do you know around you? We often talk about these days how neighbors don't even know neighbors, you know what I mean? Like that's how it goes. So if neighbors don't know neighbors, how good do people know people? Ever. You know what I mean? I mean, people barely know their own families, you know what I'm saying? So if people barely know their own families, barely got friends, you know what I mean? Like you're stuck with like, you spend a good majority of your time with maybe coworkers, you know? As if you're not like the type of nepo baby that doesn't really need to work. But if you're like, need to work, you know what I mean? Likely you're the type of person that's stuck with like coworkers all day and you don't even know your coworkers. But, you know what I mean? If you ever knew anybody, you would say like, yeah, I guess I kind of know, you know what I mean, coworkers just because you work with them. But you don't know your coworkers. You don't know them really, right? Unless you're like a little kid, you know what I mean? Like if you're like at your first job and you're getting to know and you're working with a whole bunch of other little kids and you're just like a bunch of little kids, and then when you're out of work, you're like, let's be friends out of work. But once you're not a little kid anymore and you're an adult, like, do you really know your coworkers? You know what I mean? Nah, right? I'm how old again? So yeah, I thought it was really funny, that piñata analogy. Cause me personally, I was just like, yeah, no duh. Like I was on here recently talking about like how I was having a conversation with my uncle, and I told my, a long time ago, years ago, and I told my uncle years ago, I was like, yo, I was like, I didn't even really know that it was adults making cartoons, because that's crazy to me, because we're kids and kids watch cartoons, and I've always wanted, like I said, this whole production is leading up to animation, but at the end of the day, I was just a kid who really wanted to make cartoons, right? So I never separated myself from that thought. I've always just pursued art, drawing, illustration, and the art of animating those illustrations, turning those illustrations into something that I can draw and move, and they can come to life and all that other stuff. So I never really stopped to think about it beyond that, because I was already cemented into whatever that is. So I learned everything, got college, got the degree, did all of that stuff, and never once did I ever stop to think of like really what is animation and the industry and learning about it. Like I was just like, can I make my drawings move, please? Yo, look at my animated emote. Let me drop my animated emote on y'all. Look at me. Look at me. Look at that. You gotta subscribe. You know what I mean? You're gonna have to do a little bit more. You're gonna have to do a little bit more than follow in order to get a little bit of that animation love right there. Oh, chat chiller. But yeah. So I was having that conversation with my uncle years ago, talking about like, yo, like adults make animations. That's crazy to me. And he was like, yeah, no duh. So kind of like how my uncle was like, no duh about that. And I was like, wait, when did you learn that? Because he's not even an artist or a drawer. He don't do anything like that. Like he's just an adult. Like he was just always an adult ever since I knew him. Even when I was a little kid, he was like a really big, really young adult. You know what I mean? So like, I was like, when did you like learn that? At what point does anybody ever learn like adults are the ones responsible for making these cartoons that we love, that I love and grew up with? You know what I mean? Who knew that adults were making Dragon Ball Z? Like I didn't. You know what I mean? I watched Dragon Ball Z every single day. I never, not once thought about. I saw Akira Toriyama's name every time the credits rolled up. Never once thought like, Akira Toriyama, that's an adult. I wonder what that adult looks like. I wonder what the process of the da and the industry and what company does. I saw toy animation every day. Like, I never once stopped to think anything. I'm just like, can I make my drawings move, please? Here I am grabbing my degree off stage and being like, I'm gonna go make my drawings move now. Like, you see what I'm saying? Do you see what I'm saying? Like, but about the no duh part, like when I heard that piñata thing, like as much as I really appreciate how good of an analogy that is, to me it was just like, yeah, no duh. No duh. You know what I mean? Like, this whole social media game is rife with, like, sick people. You know what I mean? Just people that's not well. You know what I mean? And I think it gets a little bit passed on to, like, say someone like me who, like, I be on my Keith Murray. You know what I mean? I be on my Bill Murray. Like, I just be over here I'm like, I just be like Murray sliding, you know what I'm saying? And, I think anybody, because everybody's such a pick-me, everybody, mine, everybody, those frogs in those little videos where you know what I mean? Those videos are so messed up because you know that they fed those other frogs, like, after they stopped recording the video, you know what I mean? Like, they got to sit there and record the video, put there, they got to make the joke, they got to make the frogs angry real quick, and then after then they hit stop record, and then they go ahead and feed all the other frogs. Like, you know what I mean? Because no one's putting up any sort of things being like, all frogs were fed in the production of this video. Like no one's putting that up there. So like somebody need to get them for animal abuse or something like that. You know what I'm saying? But man, I think anybody who could come across my channel, come across me, see what I'm doing, and then just like with the quickness get me confused with anyone and everyone else. All these mentally ill people. Me. Like, I could see how that could happen. But here's the thing. Like, if you're the type of person that turns someone into a piñata in order for you and all your friends to go and play the piñata game, like, you know that's illegal, right? Ooh. See, like, I've been on this podcast lately, talking about how people will do anything Let that ride. Oh wait, nah, that's what I was doing that for. Like, it's funny to me that after so many years, we could still already have so many stories and tales of these influencers, content creators, whatever we're calling them. Like, we have so many tales of these people and everything that's happened to them. And then people just kind of like look at them like tales of woe. You know what I mean? Like, people just kind of look at them like look at how the world made an example out of these people. And it's funny how quickly it can happen on, as far as like the social media stuff, because we do that to the stars. Like, how many, just like with the actors and the stars and everything like that, like, it all happens a lot slower. I don't know why, but Amanda Bynes is on. People is talking about her again. You know what I mean? Then they like try to ruin her like some years ago. Now they trying to do it again. Britney Spears. You know what I mean? Like all these people. All these beloved people. And now they're pointed in here. Got all the weirdos out here. All the weirdos are outside my window again. So I don't know. I would love for anybody, You know what I mean? Shout out to y'all on the VOD. Shout out to the chat, never chatting. Here I am. You just gotta subscribe to get the chat killer. I thought I can give at least one animated emote for free for just to follow. I guess not. Like I made the chat chiller just so, you know what I mean, my chat could actually chat without chatting. You know what I mean? Just drop the chat chiller emote. Like you drop an alert. It's just a really, 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 really good looking lurk. You know what I'm saying? For all them weirdos lurking, you know? So this color's gonna work. It's good enough. It's good enough for the previz. So it's just funny to me. Like when I say people are willing to do anything to be a part of something, like talking about like people, could you imagine being one of those people around somebody who won the lottery? You know what I mean? Not enough documentaries are done about those people. You know what I mean? They won't ask, they won't be in a documentary until something already happens to the person that won the lottery, right? They'll be like, hey, you remember that person? Yeah, they won the lottery, right? Yeah. What's up? Like, you know what I mean? Like, what happened? Oh, yeah, it is. They over there now. It's not good for them. It's like, oh, you know what I mean? Like, you'll never get that person's opinion after that, but you'll never see them be like, you know what I mean? Celebrating. Celebrate. Never see them celebrating. You know what I mean? Because they think they're different. Because they don't wanna like show or come off like, oh, they mad. They mad. You know. So could you imagine around the pick-me's, like what happens to people in this weirdo weird like internet culture. You know what I mean? Like, who do you think are all the people that participate in the piñata game after someone's been turned into the piñata? No duh. Who's participating? Who's playing? You know what I mean? Because you got to be nearby in order to hear someone to be like, oh, piñata, piñata. You got to be nearby, right? can't be hosting a pinata game, you know what I mean, the next state over, and be like, oh yeah, I'm gonna go play the pinata game, you know what I mean? Like, you ain't gonna make it in time. Like, they already gonna, you know what I mean, find enough people and play the pinata game that all the candy's gonna be ate up before, you know what I mean, you get a chance. Like, you gotta be nearby. You gotta be close. Yeah, human nature is pretty cruel. Pretty cruel too, you know what I'm saying? Like people. All you need is one person willing to be the first person to take a whack at the piñata. Now what happens? Alright, next person. Then what happens? Alright, next person. Now what happens? Next person. You'll even get people that were originally scared. You'll even get people that were like, oh man, I don't want nothing to do with that. After about 10 people whack that piñata, you know what I mean? Those people start looking thirsty. Hey, stop me if I'm lying. You know what I'm saying? You know, that's why I never cared about the whole internet thing, you know what I mean? Cause no dub, people are looking for any excuse. Look at that, got more weirdos out here. More weirdos out here. What is it? Is it Wednesday? All the weirdos are out here on a Wednesday afternoon. They ain't got no jobs. So it's funny to me because unlike me not knowing where like animation coming from adults was until like way later, like way past the time I should have been able to have like recognized that, like conscientiously, like just know it as like a for sure type of thing. Unlike that, like even all the way back, I think it was like 2010 when I joined social media for the first time. And like I said, that was my graduation year when I graduated college. And that's, again, so I was never into socializing and the social media thing the entire time. That stuff came out when I was in like high school, middle school. Never cared about any of it. 4 years in high school, never cared about it. 4 years in college, never cared about it. Graduated from college and I was like, oh yeah, I guess I kind of need it. You know what I mean? For the artwork, get my artwork out there. Business, right? You see what I'm saying? Like, it was always about work, and it was never like, and people even back then were already on that pick me, but not like it is now. You know what I mean? Like, all the apps hadn't been made yet. MySpace had just become irrelevant. You know what I mean? Like whatever those apps, I don't even know what apps are anymore. Like WhatsApp. Anybody using that? Like Vine? Oh, Vine. You know what I mean? Like none of that stuff. You know what I mean? What? You know what I'm saying? So yeah, unlike me not really ever putting it together about the animators and adults being the ones that actually make the animations and things like that. The whole thing about like this whole social media game was like, and you know, human behavior and everything like that. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, no duh. Like, to me, that was no duh. Like, that's a no duh for me. You know, so I think people just don't have an appreciation for everyone's no duh, because everyone's no duh is a little bit different from everybody else's. Like, it was so no duh for me about this whole internet thing, the way that people are and how like toxic and unsafe it is, and how, like, you know what I mean, just how not cool it could be, how cool it can be, you know what I mean, because I really appreciated a whole lot of like YouTube creators, you know what I mean. It was, like I said, I got onto Twitch because of, you know, creators on YouTube that I saw creating content. I was like, oh, they're on Twitch? I never heard of it. Let me see what this Twitch thing is. You know what I mean, I can watch these people like work on this stuff, and then I can see their final product that they put out on YouTube. You know what I mean? Like, how cool is that? Oh my god, what am I doing? You know what I mean? What am I doing with all this production that I do? You mean to tell me I just live stream the process and then I put the product out like later? You know what I mean? How interesting. Like, am I playing video games? No. Am I reading articles? No. Am I, you know what I mean? But am I creating content? Yeah. You know? Absolutely. Am I influencing anybody? I hope not. You know what I mean? I'd rather just kind of like chill with that. You know what I'm saying? God forbid somebody say I influence them in any sort of way. So yeah, it goes to show you how little anybody knows me at all, because nobody knows that I be on my Murray flow all day, every day. All day, every day. Like everything that I do, everything about this stuff, it was never about like, oh, you know what I mean? Like I ain't, you know what I mean? Like I don't do any of that stuff. Like for me, it's just like, yo, you know what I mean? Like I'll never forget about that. I'll never forget about Murray being like, yo, just try the success without the fame. You know what I mean? And then you look at like some of the more successful people, and then you're like, yeah, there's a whole lot of them. Nobody knows anything about them. How cool. I mean, now the game is like evolved, you know what I mean? Now you got, you know, I imagine you can imagine that there's like me, I can't be the only one that be on the Murray flow, you know what I mean? Like there's got to be other people out there that's also on the Murray flow. I don't know how many of us there could be, but you know. But the game has evolved, right? So now you got you get all the Takashis, you get all the XXX Tentaciones, you get all of the dang, what's his name? I don't know, that guy that was a part of the Jackass crew. You get all of the, you know what I'm saying? Like you get all them. You get all these people. I don't know how many of us are on our Murray flow, but the game has evolved. So now you got people that be on their Murray flow, like me. You know what I mean? People that be on their Murray flow, but then you got people that are like not even reporters. They're like fake reporters. They're like uncertified handymen. You know, people that like claim they know how to fix anything and everything, but they ain't never really fixed nothing, not ever. You know what I mean? Usually they end up making something worse or something like that. Or you know what I mean? They sabotage your stuff so that way they can come back and fix it in another week, in another month, in another year, and you'd be like, oh man, it's messed up again. They'd be like, it's messed up again. Like, you know what I mean? Like you got reporters out here that are like uncertified handymen. That, you know what I mean? They're just out here making things worse, and people on their Murray flow out here in this social media culture, and then they're gonna pretend like they're a reporter just so that they can turn somebody on their Murray flow into a Takashi, turn somebody that's on their Murray flow and turn them into, you know, a Britney Spears. Take somebody that's on their Murray flow and then turn them into, you know what I mean, Bam Margera. You know what I mean? Like they're gonna sit there and take somebody that's on their Murray flow, and it's like, what's that? What's that? What's that? Is that the, you know what I mean? The piñata effect? You know what I'm saying? Somebody on their Murray flow that never cared about you. Never cared about you. Didn't even know you existed. And now you over here all uncertified, undocumented, all you got nothing. You got nothing, but you were so desperate to get involved in any which way, in any which way you could. And you're like, I know what I could do. I could be the person to hang up the piñata. I just gotta say that all I wanted to do was throw a party. I don't have to act like I'm the the person that wanted to like victimize the piñata. With zero credentials, you know what I mean? See, like, all of that to me is like, yeah, no duh. Like, I don't think people really know or respect people's no-duhs enough. You know what I'm saying? They need to put that on a dating app. Like, yo, what's your no-duhs? What's your no-duh? No duh, something like this. No duh, something like that. You know what I mean? Then you get to know somebody. Like, oh, I never thought about it like that. Or, you know, you could just be one of those fake people that's like, oh yeah, no duh, I swear. I promise, I was right there with you. Like, people are just so desperate to be involved in any sort of way. It's kind of disgusting to me that anybody that's so desperate to ever be involved with somebody else's business ain't got nothing to do with them. That they want to like turn themselves into the person that hangs up the piñata, so that way they could say, one, they could say that they were involved, and then two, say like after the involvement's done, after all the candy is eaten, the piñata is destroyed, all the candy's gone, everyone's digested it, everyone's moved on, then that person who hung up the piñata can be like, yeah, but you remember when I hung up the piñata? You know what I mean? And then they feel like they're somebody. Like, it is disgusting how desperate people are to be involved. You know what I mean? So disgusting to me. I wonder how dark it has to get until people can actually see inside my place. Y'all saw me open up the curtains after I went live, and then all the weirdos came out after I opened up the curtains, and I got one of them just like looking inside here. It's so disturbing, man. There was a point in the past 2.5 years. There was a point in the past 2.5 years I had to change the locks, and even then I had someone that's a neighbor, not a neighbor, like directly looking into my home while the locksmith like walked away mid-work. So he took all the locks off the door, handles, everything, so now the door is just open, you know what I mean? He's like mid-job, guy walks away, leaves my doors wide open, so I gotta like stand guard in front of my place now, like what's going on? And I got a neighbor, not a neighbor, and they were like, oh, you know, just on the phone, just yelling, you know what I mean, staring directly into my place. I had to sit there and pull up my phone and be like, yo, what is this? Like who is this? And then turns out this is like someone that one of my neighbors knows or something. It's like, why is this guy all like just like staring all up into my home? Why is he all extra mad about me like switching out my locks, everything like that? Like, it was the craziest thing. I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe it. All the weirdos I gotta deal with around here. Oh, great. Yeah, one of my neighbors started stalking me. That's the weirdo. He just... Now that the sun's going down, the light's on in here so I can draw. I gotta sit there and wonder how much they can see through my windows already at this point. Because he just changed his position so that way he can look directly into my place. Freaking weirdos, man. You know what I mean? Oh dang, I forgot I had tea. Hold on. Let me go do that real quick. There we go. Oh yeah. Man, I'm trying to remember this movie. Man, I'm trying to remember this movie. Oh, I think it was yeah, let me. Okay, maybe that's not the right. Maybe that's not the right verb to use. Okay, it's almost something close to like what I'm. There we go. That's what I'm looking for. Something like that. Oh, dang. There we go. I guess I'll just draw this thing accordingly. I'll just draw this accordingly. That's funny. That's so funny. How did I draw this? Oh yeah, I was gonna grab T, wasn't I? Yeah, let me go get that too. But yeah. So crazy to me how desperate people are to like be somebody. It was the whole reason why I didn't care for social media in the first place. Like I said, I didn't join in, I'm how old? I didn't join in till 2010. Like I'm 36, I'm turning 37. And 2025, so 15 years, so 22. So I was 22? 21? Yeah, because I graduated college 21. So I was like 22 by the time I started joining, and I graduated high school 17. It was already there before that, so I spent like a good decade almost just not caring, you know. spent like a good decade just not like you know what I'm saying? Like social media, y'all miss me with that one, you know? And like the only reason why I ever got involved was for the artwork, you know? Just, you know what I mean? Cause I'll be doing this just on my own, and it's like, you know, no social media, no camera, no nothing, right? But then it's also like you gotta pay the bills, so then it's like, okay, so then I just do this on my own, no cameras, no nothing, no, right? You know what I'm saying? But then I need to go pay the bills. Okay, so go get income, go pay the bills, and then do this. No camera, no nothing. Even though, like, you could make a living off of it. You could. You know what I mean? Don't do it. Right? So it's like the whole reason why I got involved was just to make a living, but it's so funny to me that you can like want to make a living online on the Keith Murray flow, on the Bill Murray flow. And so funny, I keep defaulting to Keith Murray. I know Keith Murray so much more than I know Bill Murray. My bad, Bill. My bad, Keith. You know what I'm saying? Yo, but you know what I'm saying. I'm not even mad because you know what I'm saying. Both of them characters is great. So, but yo, Keith Murray. I'll be on my Keith Murray flow. Yeah, I should make that a t-shirt. How many t-shirts have I not made? But yeah, like for me, like social media can miss me with that. Like you gotta sit there and think about the entire 10 years. What was I doing while being like Facebook, Twitter, what? No thanks. You know what I mean? WhatsApp, no thanks. Vine, what's that? Like MySpace, people still doing, like, you know what I'm saying? Like 10 years and me watching everybody else around me just my frogs in a video. You know what I mean? 2-3 frogs in a video. And someone animal abuse just throwing in one little piece of food for them. Not even putting up a little PETA sign of like no frogs were not fed in the production of this video. You know what I'm saying? Just straight up just torturing frogs. I mean, yeah, the one frog got to eat, but the rest of them didn't get to eat, and then the rest of them pinataed that frog, and now now the frog got pinataed. Now they hungry and hurt. Like everyone's like lose. like you know what I'm saying? People still ain't eat. You think one of them frogs be like, yo, but you saw me get him in that video though, right? You know what I mean? Like you think frogs after they hit stop, you know what I mean? And you know what I mean, after they frog piled on that one, you think they recovered from the video, and then one frog goes to the other frog that didn't get pinata, and but you saw me, but you saw me the way that I looked at him when the camera was rolling, though, right? Like yeah, like do you think that the frogs do that? Or are frogs cooler than people? You know what I'm saying? Like, I spent 10 years offline just doing my thug thistle over here, and my watching everybody, friends, not friends, people I don't know, people I don't care about. Not that I hate them, I just don't. You know what I'm saying? So like, it's amazing to me all that. It's funny to me all that. That like 10 years off, and then I was like, oh yeah, I guess for my artwork, because I love my artwork, and I guess there is a path for me to like do my artwork online, and you know what I mean, and make it something, and I think I'll do that. So then I do it begrudgingly, you know what I mean. I was like, alright, I guess I gotta, like, I still remember when I first signed up for whatever first social media thing I signed up for, and I had to catch up with so many people to just be like, who did I know, who do I know, like, they're on here too, oh wow, look at all their, like, you know what I mean, just like, I don't, you know. Social media algorithm, even before algorithm became a word, like the algorithm throws suggestions at you, you just like, I'll follow that. Like, you know what I mean? You just accumulate garbage, digital garbage over years. You know what I mean? I never cared. I was just like, alright, I'm just gonna keep doing this artwork. You know what I mean? I'm just gonna keep paying these bills. And yeah, man. So funny to me that 10 years out, now I'm 15 years in, and the past 2.5 years, so we could go ahead and just call it 3 years, like, I've had to sit there and deal with people who dared to look at my social media, and even think my for a second. You know what I mean? Like, it's one of the best things I've ever heard. One of the best things I ever heard. Anybody ever thought for a single second that I ever cared about anything like that. Yeah, I do my artwork. My artwork speaks for itself. My artwork speaks so clearly that people who have no interest in art at all whatsoever don't understand it. But artists, they know the work. Hey, mission accomplished. You know what I mean? Now when I say artists, they know the work, they recognize the work, they see me on my Keith Murray flow, on my Bill Murray flow, you know what I'm saying? Like, ooh, dang, you out of leg? Oh, you're all aggressive. Hold on. Are you out of leg? What happened? Oh yeah. There we go. Yeah, that piece of lead's skid real aggressive. So yeah, it's comedy to me. It's comedy to me. You know what I mean? It goes to show how little people know me. You know what I mean? 15 years on social media and you still don't know me? Mission accomplished. figure out how I want this guy to look. Ooh, maybe I could do that. Let me see something. Nah, I get it. I can get how people can hear me say something like that and be like, well, I don't understand. This isn't a whole point for the guarded art for people that know. No. 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 Never was. It never was. I never once was like, my, pick me. Like, no. Like, I was lucky. I was fortunate enough to, like, know people that, like, have friends that were willing to help back in the day. You know what I mean? Like people that I knew, and I'm how old now? Like, you know what I mean? We've all moved on, we've all done our things, and you know what I mean? But I still continue. You know what I mean? Still I rise, still I rise. See what I'm saying? So that's what all it's ever been about for me, right? In the past 2.5 years, everything that I've been dealing with these, I mean, I hesitate to call them people, right? There we go. Oh yeah, let me look that up. You want to know something that's really, really weird to me? Like, this whole social media thing, like, it's even more weird. It's like I was saying with these like uncertified reporters. Reporters should require like a certification of some sort. There should be a something involved of being like, nah, if you're gonna claim to be one of these people that get to hang up the piñata, like, you should have some sort of documentation to say that you do it responsibly. You know what I mean? And I don't know if there's anything for that. So anybody could just claim anything at any moment, at any time, to just say that they did something like that, and it's like, you know what I'm saying? And then you don't get to do nothing. Like, nah. Like, there should be something in this day and age, with all the reckless reporters that we have. You know what I mean? And I was there. I was there when like the Young Turks were something different, and you know, going up on the Joe Rogan podcast. I was there when Vice was something different, and they were out there making some of the craziest reports. I was there when, you know what I mean? Like you see these things come and go just like everything else. So that's what I mean by reckless reporters. I don't mean to speak ill of them. I'm saying like ones that break the norm. But you can't just break the norm, and then let generations upon generations. Because mind you, I've been on here 15 years, social media 15 years, social media been around for 25 years. Like, so generations of like just breaking until you could just have anybody claim anything at any point. You know what I mean? At some point, like that claim can't have any value whatsoever to sit there and say that you're a reporter when you're not. You know what I mean? You're the person that hangs up the piñata when you're not. You're not there to throw a party for people. You're there to destroy someone's life. You know what I mean? But you can't say that. Nah, I just hang the piñata. Okay. Bet. Like there's gotta be, you know what I mean? And this is what I mean when it comes to like all these when it comes to all these weirdos. You know what I mean? Because all you're going to get from reporters is going to be like a bunch of people that's like I just hung the piñata. I didn't play. Like, they all played the piñata game. They all ate all the candy. I didn't participate. I just hang the piñata. That's all I do. Like, zero accountability, zero liability, zero, you know what I'm saying? Like zero. Like, at some point, somebody gotta just be like, nope. What's that? Can I pull up a picture? I'm definitely gonna have to work on this character. So this is what I mean by like having to do concept art before I do all this previz thing. It's because it's like I got a funny scene right here, but yeah, I don't know exactly what this character is gonna look like. Even though I kind of like showed y'all that one sketch that I have, it's like that's nowhere near like the final. Like, it's gonna have to like kind of be something else. But yeah. funny to me. It's funny to me that anybody could ever sit there and pretend like they ever knew me. And they ever thought for a single second that I was like, mine. Oh, that's hilarious. Yeah, 2.5 years of having to deal with a bunch of weirdos swearing that they know me, swearing up and down like they know me. Don't even know my foundation, you know what I'm saying? Don't even know my foundation. I ain't talking about makeup. I don't need to, you know what I'm saying, use any makeup to look this good, ladies. You know what I'm saying? Like, don't you wish your baby could? Let me stop. Like, your baby could never. Stop. You know what I mean? That's why I keep making that little dumb joke about J. Jonah Jameson. You know, people just so desperate to be involved with anything. You know what I mean? J. Jonah Jameson wanted Spider-Man so bad. J. Jonah Jameson wanted Spider-Man so bad that, you know what I mean, he was willing to just say, do, print up anything and everything Spider-Man. You know what I mean? And then once he couldn't get it popping with Spider-Man, he was like, alright, man, I'm not gonna do any fluff pieces on Spider-Man anymore. I'm gonna, why I oughta, I'm gonna, and then, you know what I mean, go ahead and like, I'm like, hit piece after hit piece after hit piece after hit piece. You think J. Jonah Jameson? You think after, you know what I mean, after everything's said and done, you think like when he retires to whatever he, you know, bed he sleeps in, whatever coffin he sleeps in, whatever, you know what I mean, whenever he like hangs himself upside down and goes to sleep, whatever he does, however J. Jonah Jameson sleeps, you know, how does he sleep? Is he married? Does he have a wife that he goes home to? What's up with him? Like after J. Jonah Jameson does everything, you think he's talking to me like, yeah, but you saw that piece that I wrote about Spider-Man for the 1,000th time, didn't you? You know what I'm saying? Yeah. I showed Spider-Man. You see what I'm saying? You don't want to be J. Jonah Jameson. Y'all saw him. Y'all saw him in Spider-Man. What was it? Spider-Man 3? All wearing Spider-Man clothes, flipping around the office. You don't want to be J. Jonah Jameson. You notice how he didn't write any reports about Spider-Man that time. I dress like Spider-Man, I'm flipping and dipping around my desk. Like, see what I mean? You didn't see him be like, you know, it actually felt good. It actually felt good to put on the suit. Go around flipping and dipping around my desk and pretend like I was him for like, man, who knows how long, because we only got to see like one shot of it in the movie, you know what I mean? Who knows how long he was doing that for? He probably did that every day throughout that entire movie. You don't want to be J. Jonah Jameson, y'all. Could you imagine being somebody that walks up to Spider-Man? You know what I mean? Because he's friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. Like he just go around being all friendly to people. And could you imagine any one of them ever walking over there and be like, yo, Spider-Man? Hey, saw that piece that J. Jonah Jameson wrote. J. Jonah Jameson, like, yeah. You never saw that, did you? You never saw that in any of the movies, did you? All how many Spider-Man movies do we have? How many Spider-Man have played Spider-Man now? See what I'm saying? See what I'm saying? See what I'm getting at? Not one person ever stopped Spider-Man to talk about J. Jonah Jameson. Everybody's still talking about Spider-Man though. Me, pick me. You can imagine how little anybody ever knew me. To not know the foundation of, like, you can miss me with social media. You know what I'm saying? Check out the artwork though. Look at this. That looks like a talk show, don't it? This looks like a bathhouse, don't it? How'd I do that? Oh, gee, Mr. Drew, he went on stream, he was talking all sorts of malarkey. Nah, but he drew pictures though, didn't he? Gee, Mr. Drew, that picture. That's why I go around saying, anybody says my name, just don't even call the cops, they won't do anything. Just call the FBI, they won't do anything. So with the clowns that I got around me. Clowns that I got around me. Oh, what? Hold on. I don't have any background noise. What happened to my background noise? I'm sitting there, I'm like, why is it so quiet in there? Oh, that's why. This is 7:30. It's about that time, isn't it? It's 7:30. It's about that time. My heart might wobble, but I don't fall down. Damn, am I gonna keep all that on that character? I probably drew all that for a reason too. Might want to keep that on that character. Incredible. How's that happen? How's that happen every time? funny how that happened. 7:30. It's about that time. All these things stop working. Look at that. Yeah, the weirdos cleared out. Now all my stuff is not working. And it's 7:30. It's about that time. Yeah. Still going through it, y'all. See what I mean by like these people ain't worth mentioning? Like you may want to sit there and kind of wonder why I would even sit here and talk about these things. Especially when I'm capable of saying something like, you know, these people ain't even worth mentioning. But what I'm talking about is worth mentioning. Not who I'm talking about, but what I'm talking about is worth mentioning. You know? All the talking I do. Like, not meeting your heroes. Like, I'm not the first person to say that. I say that because that's something that people say. Like, there's a reason. Like, we've seen the movies. You've seen things, the TV shows or whatever. The interviews and the things that people will say about like having met their heroes. Like, isn't it the worst when like someone walks away with a bad story from it? And I don't mean a bad story like it's not entertaining. May or may not be entertaining, right? But isn't it like sad when it's like, oh man, I can't believe that happened. So it's like, it's funny about this internet game. You know, it wasn't that long ago I was talking about how this whole social media thing, it resides on the internet. And the whole thing of the internet is that it's the World Wide Web. You know what I mean? So it's like, so you got all this like social media, whatever. Wait. Hold on, what's happening here? You, right? Yeah. That's what I thought. So it's funny to me, like, people could ever get me confused with anybody who ever cared about, like, social media like that. Like, I enjoy learning. I enjoy, you know what I mean? I'd be lucky to find somebody that entertains me, you know what I mean, even just a little bit. You know what I'm saying? Like, but like I said, the only reason why I'm on here is for the artwork. If you ever caught me like rocking with you on your socials, you know what I mean? You influencer, you like it was never on anything funky, you know what I mean? It's 100% everything to do with just the artwork. Regardless of who you are, what I follow you on, you know what I mean? Because, you know, you check me, you see how long-winded I get when I close out these streams. I close out the streams and I'll be all extra long-winded talking about, you know what I mean? Just boosting everything. Like, what is that? Boost it. You know what I mean? Like, what I do? Boost it. Like I'm just boosting everything. You know what I'm saying? Like y'all see me. Dang. What's my picture at? Oh, I didn't draw that. Okay. But he does have that. And I did do that recently. That's interesting. Ooh, I'm not mad at that. Yo, this character looked just like that character. Oh no. I'm getting. I was like, all right, I could draw this and draw it, and then I was like, looking at this. I'm looking at the character, the one that I put over there, and I'm like, oh, this looks exactly like. Not even that it's a problem. Not even that it's a problem. I'm just saying. Man, where's her pictures at? Yeah, this guy's looking a whole lot like this character. You know what I mean? I got him with the arm. I got him with the arm with half the face. He got the whole cable thing going on, just like girl. Like I'm like, oh man, do I want to go down that rabbit hole again with this guy's design? Like I've already done all the work with her. You know what I mean? He has a completely different body type than she does. So it's like, you know what I mean? It could be a lot of fun. It could be different. But man. Alright, let's just do it. Let's have some fun. Alright. Let's have some fun. Yeah. Like I said, this character is good where he's at. I'm just gonna let him be. I'm gonna have more fun with him. I'm gonna have more fun with him than I did with her. You know? Okay. You know what I mean? I could do things with his character design that I couldn't do with hers. Just based on who they are. But yeah, what's weird about this social media thing, meeting your heroes and everything like that, like put yourself in my position, right? Like, I'm over here, never cared, you know what I mean? 10 years, the only reason why I got on in the first place was for the artwork. Here I am, 15 years later, and now, you know what I mean? Mind you, 10 years off, here I am, yo. I joined social media, and then my computer crashes 2013, so I had like a good solid 2-3 years, maybe, of being online. Like I create the accounts, I go online, computer crashes, and now all I have are like the phone apps, but I'm not you know what I mean? Like, yo, I did not mess with social media at all. So I took those 10 years off. 5 years of writing, like all that, you know what I mean? Graphic design, paying bills, student loans, like, you know what I'm saying? Look at me. And, yo. And then I come back. And then I came back. I said that I pulled a Kojima on y'all, you know what I'm saying? I came back. I'm like Sam Porter Bridges over here. You know what I mean? I was over there. I was over there in limbo. You know what I'm saying? Oh wow. like it. I done came back. I hustled with this lyric, this shit came up. You know what I'm saying? Like, then I came back. Man, don't meet your heroes, y'all. Like, came back. Now here I am, just doing the same thing, same exact thing. I was like, alright, I guess I gotta do it for the art. You know what I'm saying? Gotta do it for the artwork. So I do it for the artwork. I got heroes. Don't meet your heroes, y'all. Not my heroes. They see me, and you know what I mean. I'll come on here and I'll be like, yeah, I did that thing that did nobody else do. You know what I'm saying? And I ain't talking about being off for 10 years and coming back. I'm talking about everything that I'm working on, this entire production that I'm doing. You know what I'm saying? I'll be like, yeah, I did that thing that you didn't decide to do, that you didn't decide to do. I'll come on here and talk. I'll talk all the smack about, like, you know what I mean? Like, hey, you know that thing that you gave up on? Like, I didn't give up. Like, I'll come on here and talk all the smack and be like, hey, you know how you, like, the only time you ever get to really appreciate this, if you're lucky enough, is like maybe if you draw with your kids or something like that. Like I don't have to, you know what I'm saying? Like, I never stopped. You know what I mean? Like, I can go ahead and do that. Like, don't meet your heroes, y'all. Like, cause here I go. Like, this whole social media thing, this whole content creator thing, influencer, you know, this whole, whatever this is, you know what I'm saying? Like, at the end of the day, like, I just came here for the art, you know what I mean? Like, if there was no art, I wouldn't be here. I would have never had anything going on, you know what I mean? I wouldn't have cared about anything ever had I not had the art. But I got the art, you know what I mean? You know that thing that you gave up on, you quit, you know? And here you think that people would be happy to find someone like me, who didn't stop, who didn't quit, created one of the best things on the planet. Y'all just don't know it yet because I haven't put out chapter 0 yet, and then continue to make chapter 1, chapter 2, chapter 3, I'm already written up to chapter 4, and I'm already planning out the whole next story. You know, chapter 4 is still like mad in the beginning. I don't even know how many chapters the first story is gonna take. You know what I mean? Like, dang, if I had to mathematically try to put it together. If I've written up to chapter 4 and I'm at where I'm at, and I'm not gonna tell you where I'm at, but it's so cool and it's a good spot for me to have stopped. You know what I mean? And then I started writing like a banshee, and I got all the way up. Now I'm starting the next story behind the scenes, and I was like, oh man, you know what I mean? Like the first draft, second draft, third draft, whatever. So I have everything planned out, like tight, all the way up to chapter 4, which is 5 chapters in. You know what I mean? Once you count chapter 0. So I'm 5 chapters in. I'm at where I'm at. The whole first story might end up being 15, 20 chapters. Just loose math in my head. Might end up being like 15, 20 chapters. I would like to keep it down to 13, something like that. You know what I mean? Keep it seasonal. You know what I mean? Just for my own sake, but like, what do I care? You know, like I got so many stories and craziness to have to go through. Like I don't even care. But it might end up being like 15 to 20 chapters. Just the first story alone. I'm already planned ahead of that. Where now I'm starting on the orange story. Everything I've been talking about recently, like this past week or two. So here I am. Like, trying to get this first chapter out. Working on it. Y'all see me doing it. That's what I'm gonna be doing tomorrow on tomorrow night's stream. See you there. Right. All how many people are watching right now? See y'all there. But yeah. Don't meet your heroes, man. Especially if you're like me and you just on your Keith Murray flow, you're on your Bill Murray flow. You know what I mean? And you just like just cold chilling. You know what I mean? You wouldn't even be here if it wasn't for your art. You know what I'm saying? Like don't meet your heroes. 'Cause man. People will trip. People will trip up. People will sit there and start to believe that you're their competition. Like you're their, you know what I mean? This internet game, like people will sit there and think like oh you're trying to be somebody so that way I end up being the person that be the pinata getting hung up. I'm not the pinata. I'm not the pinata that gets hung up. I'm gonna make you the pinata that gets hung. You know what I mean? Like they'll just think that you're the competition. It's like, wait, just because you're online, they're online. You're a fan of theirs. Now you're online, and now they're like, you know what I mean? Standoffish. Someone's got to turn that into a TV show. You know what I mean? Just cut me a check because you stole my idea of like, you know, instead of The Office, just call it The Office. Just based on influencers that are all trying to like turn one of them into a piñata, so that they could all be the frog after the videos get cut and they still hungry. And like, you see what I did to that frog while the cameras were still rolling though, right? You know what I mean? Yeah. You know what I mean? They be like, you the competition. I'll be, who you talking to? You know what I mean? Be bad confused. Like, competition where? Let me at him. Like, no, it's you. You're like, oh no. Oh no. Don't meet your heroes, man. Because chances are your heroes are people that do things that you're interested in. And if you're anybody who's ever done anything like pursuing what it is that you care about, that means that you're going to find yourself in league with people that do things that you care about. Now you see me, I'm all extra positive mindset. I'll be like, yo, I can't find a negative thought. I'll be like, a negative thought. Let's go ahead and do this. Wait, do I want to... How do I want to color this? Do I want to color this or what? Man. If I can't find this thing at all, I'll tell you what I'm looking for. But I can't find this thing at all. I bet I could probably pull up YouTube and then watch a video and pause it and find it that way, but no, nothing. Okay, that's a shot, but I need the environment. That's the outdoors. I need the indoors. I need the indoor scene. What a mess. Trying to catch a vibe here, y'all. I'm trying to find, this is what I've been looking for. I've been trying to find, if y'all remember Fast and Furious Tokyo Drift. The scene where Bow Wow takes that white boy and is like, yo, go find the bear tattoo. And then he has to go into the bathhouse and then he has to find the guy with the bear tattoo. Like, that's the vibe I'm looking for. I could find a shot from outside, and I could find a shot of the close-up of the bear tattoo, but I can't find, like, the shot where he's, like, walking through the inside of the thing. Man. If only my iTunes account didn't get hacked, I would still have that movie on digital. You know what I mean? I'd be able to pull up the movie myself legitimately. You know, so much for hard-earned money and earning what you own and everything. You know what I mean? I forgot that girl was in Tokyo Drift. Dang. Having flashbacks, yo. I'm having flashbacks. It's so funny. Alright, yeah, I can't find that scene. Alright. Yeah, don't meet your heroes, so. Like, because if they're your heroes, they're probably doing something that you're into, and if you're anybody like me that does what you pursues what you're into, that means that you're pursuing the same thing that somebody else is pursuing, in a sense, right? In a way. Now, I don't necessarily believe that, because like I said, me personally, I did the thing that nobody else would do. So I don't see nobody else doing what I did, because nobody had what it took to be able to do what I did. But when we're talking about like how weird this online social media stuff is, how much social media can go ahead and miss me with all that, right? Like, it's probably something that you could see in One Punch Man. I haven't seen One Punch Man in years, but it was probably in One Punch Man when, like, you're a superhero, right? And then you got all these other superheroes, and they're all different ranks, A rank, B rank, C rank, whatever it was. Like, you know what I mean? The ranking system, however that worked in One Punch Man. And then, like, you go to show up to the scene to rescue the day, but then another superhero showed up on the scene to rescue the day, and I was like, who's saving the day here? I came here to save the day. And they're like, nah, I came here to save the day. They're like a couple of frogs with one piece of food between them. You know what I mean? Now all of a sudden, they're gonna be like, you know what I mean? And you're like, wait, I was a fan of you, superhero. I became a superhero because of you, superhero. You inspired me, superhero. And then they were like, nah, you're the competition, you're the ops. And now here you are, a superhero with completely different move set, power set, completely different, you know what I mean, category of superhero and everything. And you be like, competition? Hold on, I'm on my Keith Murray over here. Hold on, I'm over here extra Bill Murray. Hold on one second. You know what I mean? Man, that person never texted me back. Damn. I gotta go follow up on that. You know, it just goes to show how little, just how little anybody actually knows me. To actually sit there and think for a second that I care to compete with anybody over anything. It's like, yo, you know what I mean? I'm a different superhero with a different moveset, with different powers and different everything. Like, competition, who? Like I did that thing that nobody could do. And everybody wanted to do it. I did it. You know what I mean? That's why I can sit here and say all those things. Past 2.5 years, this whole social media life, like, it goes to really show how much anybody knows me. Like, even in 2010, when I finally decided to join, and like I went on Facebook and started making, you know what I mean, reconnecting with the people that I, like, you know what I mean, knew growing up and stuff like that. Like, I still never like participated or cared or anything like that. Like, and it's not to say that I don't care, you know, or that I hate them or anything like that. Like if you know me, you know me, and if you know me, you know I do not. Like, yo, I'm only here to get the artwork out, yo. if anybody ever says or thinks differently than that. You know what I'm saying? Fake friends. You know, that's something that like kind of always haunts me and worries me about like even well, it's just I guess social media in general, right? Like this weird thing. But like the fact that anybody could follow you. So anybody can follow you and anybody can be the person who hangs up the piñata and anybody could just sit there and claim like, oh no, I'm a reporter, I swear. I'm uncertified reporter, I never published a thing in my life. Like, you know what I mean? Like but I report. Oh my god. Damn, I'm out of water again? How long have I been streaming? How did I drink this much water? 4.5 hours. I mean, I guess. You know what? It's that time anyways. 4.5 hours. How did I drink this in 4.5 hours already? How ridiculous. How ridiculous am I? Yo. I'm not even really taking a break. I'm refilling the water. You know what time it is. 2 seconds plus. Count 'em. Alright. You know, it's crazy that bear tattoo has white ink in the teeth. It's well done. Japan has, I don't know if this is the case anymore, but Japan, they were the first ones to have purple ink, and they have really good white tattoo ink, purple tattoo ink, like way back in the day in like the 50s, and current day, Japan has really good white tattoo ink. I'm just looking at this bear tattoo. That's not helping me at all. But I'm like, oh, the teeth are really white on that tattoo. Like, that's some strong ink. Oh, did I? Whatever. Yeah, that works. So yeah, it's funny to me, this whole online thing. could. You know, the most disturbing part about the last 2.5 years is everything that I'm saying now is now just going to be things that are going to be echoed. Where it's like, not because I said it, like I said it, you know? So now it just opens up the doors for people who don't know me to go ahead and say what I said. And then claim to know me. Oh yeah, I know him because I know that he doesn't, you know what I mean? You could miss him with the social media stuff. It's only about the artwork for this guy. I know him. You know what I mean? I just gotta go back to what I said before. Like, you'll never hear anybody say anything about me before I say it first. You know what I mean? Like, that's the type of, like, disturbing things that I've had to deal with past couple of years. I don't even understand it. Yeah, I forgot that girl was in Tokyo. I think she's the main girl. I think she's like the love interest of the main character, if I remember correctly. I forgot she was in there. How do I want to do this? I'm not even gonna look at what colors I'm grabbing. I'm gonna do it this way. Hopefully they're different enough. Why are you in there? Come on. Alright. Yeah, I had to sit there and get grilled by a cop. Are you sure that this person has absolutely nothing to do with? I'm like, no. I'm like, I can't do anything about mentally ill people. You know. know what I mean? You just put your hands together, say a quick one for them, keep moving. Yeah, man, it's a social media thing. It's crazy. You know, sometimes I come on here and I'd be mad quiet. But if you go back, you know, this is episode 751. We're getting up there, huh? And, like, you can go back and watch, like, the earlier episodes. Like, I'd be quiet. I'll still do a stream every now and then. I might be quiet. Like, it just depends, right? Oh yeah. You know, after being offline for so long, or not having a computer, I still had like the smartphone, you know what I mean? But like, being offline and then just being able to enjoy other people's things, like, that's like, you know what I mean? That's where all the hero talk comes from, is like while I went on this odyssey for myself and my own journey for my artwork and everything like that, like, I had to kind of make a decision as far as like being aware of what it is I'm getting into, despite the fact that I've maintained the headspace to be like, you can miss me with that. Like, I know better than to come on here and then just be like, that's what I'm about, that's everything, that, because then that becomes your brand, right? Like your brand becomes everything that you'll push. So like when I came back, you know what I mean? I died and came back. I hustled with these movies, I do this again. Like when I came back, like, I definitely made like a decision of like, alright, well, how do I wanna like go about, how do I wanna maneuver throughout this space of this crazy, you know, miss me with the my, you know what I mean? And still be me and still maintain like everything that I came here to do. Like you better believe that I thought about that. That's why the last 2.5 years, well, let's call it 3 years, right? The last 3 years is so disturbing. just because of the culture of the internet. It's not even just the weirdos, but it's also, you know what I mean, the weirdos on any and all denomination across the board, top barking at you, being like, "Are you sure this person is it?" I'm like, "Yeah, man, I already fucking told you. I already told you, man. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you don't need to ask me twice. You know what I mean?" Like, it's crazy that anybody could ever think that someone could just, you know what I mean, try to yoke me up like a piñata. And think that they could ever be legitimate in any claim that they weren't, you know what I mean, hanging up the piñata. You know what I mean? Yeah. It's like, yo, a conversation was never even had. So I'm just all on my Keith Murray flow. I'm all on my Bill Murray flow over here. And I'm just like, why everybody showing up? Why everybody showing up with bats and sticks? You know what I mean? Like why everybody showing up? You know what I mean? People like, I'm here for the piñata part. What piñata? Piñata where? You know what I'm saying? I wish a piñata would. Like, you know what I mean? Like, people out here didn't get the memo. You know what I mean? It goes to show you how much anybody knows me around here. How much anybody knows me anymore. Like, even with all this social media. Like, you can miss me with that, yo. Look at me over here pre-visiting on y'all. Look at me pre-visiting on y'all. Still around. Hey, am I really gonna make this character bald? There's another side effect of not doing like any of the concept art for this character. Am I really gonna make? I mean, I could go a little bit different with it, can I? Let me go a little bit different with it. What can I do? No, I could do that. I've been needing to dip into those notes anyway. You know, I was writing today, and like I said, I'm in a good spot with the writing. Dang, did I even put these things here? Where'd I put these things? No. Oh, there you go. Oh. I need to put a rubber band on this. Put a band on it. Bands that make me dance. Bands that make me dance. Hold on. Let me stop. This is the wrong one. Alright, I gotta get the other one. Oh, perfect. This is exactly what I was looking for. No. 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 Yes. Man, I was showing y'all all sorts of crazy sketches from a long time ago, huh? These writings that I'm looking at right now are from like those like 2017s, 28, like those days. You know what I'm saying? Like everything that anytime I'd be like, yo, I gotta go into the secret files. I gotta go spelunking really quick. You know what I mean? You see me put on my hat and grab my rope, and you're like, where's he going? But like, he gotta go. I'm gonna go deep. Like, I gotta sit here and find. Oh. Okay. Okay. Let's see, what did I do with that one? That's green, red, and copper, so that's that. So I guess that. So yeah. Let me see. You will never find. Oh, here we go. That's why I did that. I made some good notes, but I still need to do some research to remember what these good notes, some of these things are. Dang. I really need to go in. So those are those.
Beautiful eyes.
Dang. Oh, I lost my mind on this. Alright. Okay, here we are. So that's extra special right there. So it can't be that. And I got that tight. I like it. I wonder how do I want to go about doing that? I wonder how I want to go about doing that. Whatever. I'll just figure it out as I go. It's just previz, it's not concept art. Maybe something like this. I don't know. Work in progress, y'all. I may want to do that differently. I may want to do that the other way. But yeah, I gotta avoid that color, gotta avoid that color. So I can only go with that color. So going with that color, I could still do that. Another time, when I actually get around to doing concept art for this character, which I'm gonna have to do now. Dang, that's two things. What was the other story thing I was talking about doing that I need to do concept art for? Maybe this is it. Oh yeah, the tents. The tents in this. Alright. It's whatever. Could you imagine if I was a VTuber? Just chinchilla, wearing chinchilla jacket, arms stuck out like this, like that kid from Christmas Story, speaking into a conch shell all ASMR style, with something that looked like a cigar that's lit in the other hand, talking about everything that I talked about today. Sweating bullets. As soon as I put it, get sweating bullets. You know what I mean? Dang. What's the next thing I gotta draw? Ooh. Do I need to draw that though? I mean, I did kind of want to work on some of these characters and some of these pages in the beginning. Maybe I could render a little something over here. If I have something that'll service tonight's stream, right? No, I don't need to. I don't need to draw that. That'll just be something dope I get to draw when I get around to it. Character I already did concept art for, finished everything like that, so. Same. Kinda already did all that. Somewhere. Dang. I could draw them sometimes, huh? Dang. Yeah, I kind of dropped that starting to work on the map. That's fine. I'll get back on to it. Yeah, that's some previous stuff right there. Okay. Don't need any of that. Did that. Got that. Don't need to do anything there. Cool. Good on it. Oh. This is when I start doing that. I'm just checking. I got some Previz here. I do. Guess I don't really need to color on them, right? Okay. Where did I start drawing that already? Maybe I haven't. Okay. So I'm good. Just looking at my notes, looking at everything that I've been working on. And yeah, I guess that might be the end first. Got that. I don't need to draw anything there. Yeah. See, I started getting better at scripting and drawing everything out a little bit better. So the previz isn't all that necessary. Everything that was in like these earlier sketches, getting started and everything like that. If y'all remember those streams, I was bouncing back and forth. I had to like go here and then go back so many pages to read the verbiage, but then I had the drawings over here. Like I didn't have it figured out yet. Everything right here and now, it's there's nothing I can't just draw on the spot. You know what I mean? I've done all the concept artwork, everything that's like going on within the scene. I could just kind of do as I do. Whoa, that's cool. What is that's what that is. See, I've been showing y'all a lot today. Let me show y'all what I'm talking about. Keeping y'all out of the loop while still not wanting to show y'all anything. So hopefully this will work. So yeah, I'm like looking at that and I'm like, what is that? Like I'm like I see my note next to it and I'm like, yeah, I remember drawing that, but also, what is that? I know what that is. Okay. Yeah, that I could draw day of. So do I want to do anything like that? No. Right. Okay. Let's just look this up. It's worth looking up. Oh, that's not what I was looking for. That's adorable, though. That's not what I was looking for. Then what would you call that then? I looked up mini cemetery, but I'm getting all these cute little figurines and cute little setups that, you know what I mean, I guess people would make on Etsy or something like that, of like these cute little cemetery scenarios, like cute, and I was like, nah, I'm not looking for a mini cemetery. I'm looking for like not a big cemetery. Yeah. I'm just looking at all the cute, adorable things. People putting like little googly eyes on gravestones. People making them out of like little soft, cushiony things. You know what I mean? Some beautiful like feng shui art. Look at like cute little beautiful little art pieces of artwork of people like making gravestone stuff. Wow. That is not what I meant. That is not what I meant. This all looks really cool though. Maybe it is what I mean. I'm just gonna keep looking at it until I find something that's anywhere near close to anything that I'm looking for. Yo. You know, like people baking cakes and making candy out of little cemeteries. Yo, get out of here. Get out of here. Oh man. So this isn't what I'm looking for. I need to find something. How else would I look at? There's things that exist. That's what I mean. Not having the verbiage that is. What is this? That's not what I was looking for either, but that's like it's on the go. Man, this giving me an actual, like, a proper noun place. I was looking for like a regular noun kind of place. See, now I went all the way to the other end of like these overly lavish environments, which isn't what I'm looking for either. Okay, yeah, I'm not finding it. I mean, my sketches are good enough. You know what I mean? I could just make something fire. I could just make something fire on the spot. What? Oh, here we go. That I can't make dope on the spot. Let me go ahead and do this. Alright. Now, is this already going? Yes. That's what that is. Okay. Alright. Yeah, let me draw this. Skipping ahead a little bit. Yeah, it's actually gonna be cool working on. Maybe that's what I do after I catch up, since I want to make a kind of stop writing for a minute. Even chapter 4 writing and the orange story writing, like stop that. Once I reach the end of all the previz that I need to do with everything that I have written, I think I'll just be using these sketches here for the layout. So anytime I work a layout stream in the future, it'll be all the digitization and page layouts, very much like everything that I did here. Like when I worked on these pages and started laying everything out, like I think that's what the previz streams will ultimately become once I catch up with my writing, that is. And then I can go ahead and utilize whatever I have in the sketchbook that I draw, and then utilize even all this line page, notebook, rule paper stuff, and then start making the page layouts that way. And then, continue to draw the comic book, of course, right? The manga, whatever we're calling it. Either way. Yeah, so let me just kind of make this up. It's already bad. It's already bad. Dang. There we go. Do I really want to do that like that? Like what? Because we're still on chapter 1, right? Well, let me check out the dialogue, but I believe we're still on chapter 1. Yo. What is going on? This is still chapter... Yeah. Dang, chapter 1 is banging. Yo. Chapter 1, I already gave it a title, right? Way back here? Way back here. Yeah, okay. Why'd I write that like that? Look at me being frivolous. Look at me being frivolous artistically. I mean, if that's gonna be the case, then let's go ahead and do this. Like, if I'm just gonna be frivolous like that and like it, then let's go ahead and do that. Right. I remember when I was working on this, back when I was just doing the scripting, when I was, you know, looking at what I'm looking at right now. This was such a struggle. Such a struggle to put this together. So if I struggle putting this together right now, don't laugh at me. Just, you know what I mean? Just follow, like, and subscribe. That's all you gotta do. Dang, that looks dope. Man, that looks... I'm looking at something that looks like a... like a wedding cake in the ocean. Like it is. Now I'm hungry. Yo, how do these things work, man? Am I really just gonna make this up? Ah, no, no, no. No, 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 no. Alright, I guess it works something like this. So we got one of these, and it goes around like this, and it does that. You know what, I'm gonna hold on to you for a second, and then turn this into something that looks something like that. There we go, so we got that. This can kind of go around like that, and then oh, this here, and here, here. And then we can do the same thing. And we can do the same thing. And we can do the same thing. Not like that. Hey, hold on. Oh, there's that really cool one. Man, why you look so cool? Why you look so cool? Same thing here. Y'all. This one kinda do the same thing. 100%, my bad. We gotta go here. How did that? Pretty maybe on that right place.
試合だけじゃ終わんね俺のことも殺すのか。自分の正義を邪魔するもんはもう誰だろうが殺すしかないんだよな。俺は殺しをしてきたんじゃない。罰してきたんだ。何も分かっちゃいねえやつが口を挟むな。
Oh, that'd actually be a little bit perfect.
からしい。もう済んだことや。それに鶴野の頭も全部承知してます。なんだと。15の時俺は親に捨てられてこことは別の闘技場にぶち込まれてました。強さと幸運どっちか一つでもなくしたら途端に死んでも他の誰かにいつ命を握りつぶされてもおかしない。こんなん笑って話せるようになったのはやっと最近の話です。キリア、お前のせいで最後の最後に全部ぶち殺しや。お前だけはこの手で始末した。
お前だ、ここできっちり片をつけ。小賢しい真似してこよう。
はあ、そのことは全部そっくり返したる。何が伝説のログドや。全部まとめて首さらしたるわい。
Wonder where I put all those ones. Okay. Yeah, they're not in here. Where'd I put all those drawings?
その通りだ。Beautiful eyes.
I'm thinking about cake. Thinking about cake and my stomach. My stomach is thinking about it too. than 6.5 hours. I'm all hungry. Let's see. Hmm. Hmm. Okay.
話し合いだけじゃ終わんねえ。
Do I have anything before that?
俺のことも殺す、
Hmm.
自分の正義を邪魔するもんはもう誰だろうが殺すしかないんだよな。
俺は殺しをしてきたんじゃない。罰してきたんだ。何も分かっちゃいねえやつが口を挟むな。
Something like that. Yeah. They're standing looking that way. Yeah.
ジャカシもう済んだことや。それに鶴野の頭も全部承知してます。
今も大丈
15の時俺は親に捨てられてこことは別の闘技場にぶち込まれてました。強さと幸運
wonder what all that is.
どっちか一つでもなくしたら途端に死んでも他の誰かにいつ命を握りつぶされてもおかしない。こんなん笑って話せるようになったのはやっと最近の話です。
Huh. Wonder what that is. I know what's going on, but yeah.
キリア
That.
お前のせいで最後の最後に全部ぶち壊しや。お前だけはこの手で始末した。お前だ、ここできっちり片付け。小賢しい真似してこよう。
Oh, that's good.
そのことは全部そっくり返したる。
If that's the case.
何が伝説の六度へ。全部まとめて首さらしたるわい。
Alright. crazy. My bad, bro.
Specifically built your X and XX and XX plus, you know, like all that kind of shit? Or does Accent Core kind of build at it, you know? Old GG's, my brother in Christ, dude. Like, the Guilty Gear 20th anniversary pack literally exists. Like, it literally exists. I know. I mean, I'm fucking, I don't know. Like, guys, this thing literally exists. So, I don't know.
Huh. What's going on here?
Like, when people playing online with each other, there's more people than its launching. That's insane. That's fucking crazy. That doesn't usually happen. Like, usually.
know me. Anytime lyrics are up, I'm like, oh no. I didn't know it was gonna be a whole breakout into a whole song. Oh, what? No way. What's going on? with that said, I want to thank y'all for stopping by. Thank you for watching. I'm G Mr. Drew at G Mr. Drew on all socials. Follow, like, subscribe, all that good stuff. GMrDrew.art, the website. Link is in the bio. Check it out. Links to everywhere there. Merch stores, buy all the merch. Patreon. You know what? I'm going to go ahead and do that right now. As soon as I get out of here, I'm just going to go post on Patreon. Another one of those behind the scenes sketches. Some of those things I never show. You know what I mean? If you're interested, definitely go ahead and check that out. Like I said, I'm in the middle of posting things about this character that's right here on my Patreon. Like all the things that I'm posting right now is everything like regarding him, his vehicle, and just trying to explore different ideas, obviously, right? Well, that's the whole thing that I do. So you know what I mean. If you're interested in anything like that, G Mr. Drew on Patreon. If you're interested in a commission, you got a favorite character, you got a portrait that you want of a family member, you want to give somebody a gift, they got a favorite character, you want to do anything like that, you know what I mean? Definitely check out G Mr. Drew on Patreon. Get a commission. See which one suits you the best. If not, follow for free. No reason not to. Follow for $1. You know how it goes. And then what else do I have? The OnlyFans, 50% off. None of that weird stuff. Just workout stuff. If you're trying to get into the whole workout thing. 6 months into the year, you keep up that New Year's resolution. Love y'all. Peace.
I see.